All right, and welcome back to another session of the Legend Gamers Present on the Legend Gamers Network. Fighter 9 in the building. About to do some running on some Deadfire pillars. I was literally about to say Pillows of Eternity, but Pillars of Eternity, Deadfire, gonna run some of that. And a quick hit. What's going on? I had a chance to watch the Spider-Man No Way Home this weekend. It was actually a pretty cool movie. You know, there was, if you heard that there was a lot of crying in the film, it was definitely close to reaching Lovecraft Country levels of man crying in Spider-Man No Way Home. But there were a lot of significant reasons. There were a lot of people reliving pain from the past in the Spider-Man No Way Home. So I get it. So it took like 4 or 5 characters or so to equate to get near the levels of crying, to get the levels of man crying specifically that was going on in Lovecraft Country. There was a lot of man crying going on from one male in Lovecraft Country. So that was they were doing it, but like I said, to be fair, there was multiple characters reliving past trauma, which brought that about. So that was but it was a good movie, man. I'm very happy I saw it. I think it was a pretty good button for the Marvel releases of the Spider-Man films. There was a lot going on in it. I read here and there that some characters were acting outside of their normal characters, but I mean, to be fair, first of all, it's the MCU, and second of all, I really didn't, as it relates to how the characters were in their respective films, they seem to be reacting fine. I don't know where folks got that from, but I'd have to get more details. Just stuff going on in the news. BTS members tested positive for COVID-19. So if you're into BTS and you go watch them and stuff, if you go to the concert, I recommend you wear your mask if you ain't already jabbed up, which, you know, that's your decision. Maybe don't try to shake their hands without first and last using some sanitizer. I don't know. And we got Star Wars, the Book of Boba Fett. They're releasing some information on that. So that sounds cool, because you know the Mandalorian was cool, but we all really kind of want to know what's going on with Boba Fett. Really, yeah. Mando was cool, but let's link up with Boba Fett. All right. So not even going to get into that, but yeah, and just be careful out there, y'all. Folks still out here killing like it ain't nobody's business. And so we're gonna get into this title next. Let's go ahead and get it started up. Pillars of Eternity 2, Deadfire. I need to beat it. I mean, this is what this is all about. I'm trying to beat this game, and I appreciate the folks that come through with me on this journey to get it beaten. But that's where we're at today. But that's what the movement is all about, or a good chunk of it. The turn-based tactical strategy movement is all about, at the moment, beating some Pillars of Eternity 2. And well, to some degree, like later on tonight, aka / this morning, I may pull up a different title as well. I may run a different title. We'll see how I feel about that, because the other title I was looking at is on Xbox Game Pass, and I just can't. I might run it and we'll see if it presents a lot of bugs, because it's one that I would pick up, but when I initially played it, it was so damn buggy that I can't spend good money on that. I can't invest support money on something that's so horribly mangled like that. One of the last titles I picked up that worked off of the money and the support I got from the channel was was Cyberpunk 2077, and I beat that game, so that was good time on that. However, that game was so broken. It was broken, but it was not broken in a way where it made it impossible to complete, for at least for my channel. I know other people were having specific issues with it, but on the Legend Gamers Network channel, I did not have those areas of issue. But I did play. So the game I may jump on tonight is called Phoenix Point. Some of you may be familiar with it, especially the turn-based tactical strategy community, of which I got folks that come through, but I don't have any. This is my very specific day for turn-based tactical strategies, and I don't see, any non-regular followers that show up specifically for this venue. So, but I'm going to keep this venue open for my own sanity, as well as for the folks, for those travelers, those weary travelers looking for that kind of content and that happen to show up on Sunday. So we're always doing that here for Sunday, but we're always doing that for Sunday. And along with that, the title that I was looking at getting into tonight, after this, maybe what's the name of it? Phoenix Point. And I did showcase Phoenix Point way back when it was initially released, but it was just doing some jank to stank. So I could not consciously keep up with that particular title. And we may try it tonight to see if it shapes up. Because if it shapes up tonight, then maybe that's one I can put on the list of things to do. But we did wind up beating Gears Tactics. Was it during the month of November? So I was pretty happy about that. That was a really good game. Hopefully, Microsoft won't stop producing tactics titles under their studios, because they got quite a few studios that have worked on good, dare I say, great turn-based tactical strategy games. So here's to them investing in that. Anyway, let's get into this one. Let me kind of line up. Miss Lisa Boss, you just got this game. Your son got it for me. This one right here. Oh, cool. Well, of course, if you have questions, feel free to ask about it. And it's one of my favorites, so I can't trip. Ooh, hopefully, let me see. It's one of my favorites, so I can't trip. And let me get my sound on. Hopefully, I don't intend to spoil anything, because it is. So here's the thing with games like this: it does have a chance to have spoilers in them, but because you can really kind of play it how you want to and answer, because the way you build your character, you might not even be able to do any of the stuff that I'm doing, depending on how you build your character. So it's an interesting thing. Although there are overall quest points that could lead to spoilers, but there, just some of the side quests, some of the side quests specifically, you might not even be able to do the same shit, and vice versa, because of how you build your character. But so right now I'm in this map and I'm considering heading out of town, because I got a character who's wounded. All right, let me pull this character up. Let me see if I can pull this character up. This character is wounded, and let me see if I can show any bit of wounding current effects. Back here we go, deep wounds. Okay, so this game works on wounds, and the way some of the wounds work, if your character is defeated in combat, that's one way that you get wounds. That's one of the biggest ways. I can't think of any of the smaller ways where you might incur wounds. Maybe if your character gets caught on fire multiple times or something like that. But I think this character might have gotten defeated in combat, which right now I don't have mine on permadeath. There may be permadeath options. I noticed that in turn-based tactical strategy games, permadeath began to become a popular thing, but I can't remember. I usually turn it off depending on the nature of the game. But I usually turn it off. Sometimes I'll leave it on, but if given the option, I typically may turn it off. But like I said, that is with certain stipulations. So this character got defeated during the course of one of our combat rounds. So when your character gets defeated in this game, they suffer what's called deep wounds. Now, normally I don't mind it because depending on the character, it doesn't affect them terribly. And this is one tick of deep wounds, of which I think you can get 3. And maybe once you get 3, that might lead to death, like permadeath. I can't remember. You watch streamer for other games to learn how to play them. I don't like playing games I don't know if I don't know some of it. Okay, that's what's up. Yeah. Oh, and by the way that I'm playing this game, this game you can play it in real-time mode, but I chose to put it in turn-based tactical strategy mode because, well, that's what we do right here today. And so it's on turn-based mode. So keep in mind when you go to create your game, it may ask if you want to do real-time or turn-based. So of course that's entirely dependent on your choice. Even with real-time on this series, because the first one, Pillars of Eternity 1, which I would recommend you getting that too, because if you like me and you like a continuous story, in Pillars of Eternity 1, you can directly take your build from part 1 and the character you beat part 1 with and import them into part 2. And so they'll have like certain story beats and stuff reminiscent of what you did in part 1. So, and even if you only have part 2 and you beat it, maybe go back to part 1 and you can try that. You know, people like to replay games and stuff, so maybe that's something that'll increase the replayability for you. But so you got 3 wounds, and right now she's got 1 point of deep wounds, 20% of slash damage as raw damage over time. So if she takes damage, 20% of it, if it's slash, it'll be converted to raw damage, so she'll be hurt more. 20% of pierce damage is raw damage over time, so she'll take more damage. So it looks like any damage she takes is going to turn into raw damage over time damage. So right now it's not a big thing as long as, because see, this chick right here is a ranged fighter. So and I think the reason why she died, if I recall, I believe there was some gunpowder that exploded and she was nearby with several characters, but she was the only one with low enough hit points to get defeated. So that was actually a mistake on the last stream. You can witness some of that, but when I say last stream, last turn-based tactical, last Sunday. So 20% of slash damage. So basically none of these really hinder her effectiveness in combat. It just hinders her offense, but her defense is significantly compromised. So that's what's going on right there. So she's still good. So I ain't gonna trip. Now, if she was in a way where it was hindering, because like right now, because sometimes I notice when you get these wounds, sometimes, hold up. Oh, she's got fatigue also. Oh, see, now here's where I start getting into problems with this. She has fatigue. Now, fatigue is hindering her accuracy. Being that she is a ranged character, I'm not really with that. So I might pull him out of this. Mission for a moment. And it's no big deal. It's not time based, so I can do that. It's just time based off of what I feel like being bothered with. So what I'm going to take a look at right now, if I could, which is not going to let me until I go to the world map. I'm going to have to go to the world map I may go to a town where I can. I think I'm gonna take my folks to a town so they can actually rest at an inn and go to a brothel or something. So that's what we're about to do. Let me get them out of here. And yeah, you heard me right. I said a brothel. Getting busy. All right. I figure out how the hell to get out of this map. That must be it right here. I usually don't take up I usually don't take up brothel sessions with characters. Oh, you know what? Before I leave, let's get items off these people.
Found something.
Because these items you can use for crafting, so I don't want to miss out on that. Oh, and by the way, it snowed today.
I've got it.
It snowed today. That's pretty cool. It snowed today, and it snowed so bad that I'm not gonna be able to make it to daycare tomorrow, which then leads to the baby not being able to go to his daycare. And that's primarily the reason why I'm not going to be able to make it. Yeah, it snowed out here. Sure did. Let me see something. I'm about to actually do something right quick. Hold up. Let me throw a little track on. I'm gonna share something with you here. I'm gonna share something with you, allegedly. Allegedly, hold on. I think I'm doing this right. Hold up. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think I got it going. Hold up. If I don't get it working, I ain't gonna trip, but it'd be nice. Okay, it looks like it's not gonna let me do it. Here we go. Hold up. Hold on. I'm still trying to get it. So, oh wow, you miss it sometimes. Then remembering digging your car to snow and not having. See, nah. See, that's no. See now. No. Nah, I ain't trying to do that neither. That's a bit much. All right. Still trying to see if I can get this to do what I wanted to do. Do what I wanted to do. There it is. There it is. Okay. Okay. All right, this is the best way I can get this to work. And this is a bit of a highlight from earlier today.
And what is really happening right now? It's snow, baby. Wanna go back inside? Wanna go back in? Cause you don't look like you're having too much fun right there. It snowed up here today. Was it December 26th? There's a good snow going on. And we're gonna try. I guess we'll go ahead and get back in the house because he done froze. So come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. So you don't want to come in. He's stuck.
All right, and so yeah, that's what happened today. That's what we was doing today. Big Sam, salute. Welcome back to the stream. Haven't got much snow this year. We don't either, but it'll show up. If it's gonna show up, it'll show up usually like around this end time, and a little bit in January. But it's cool, man. My mom would have loved this. My mama, she would have loved it. She would have loved it. But let's get back into the game. He didn't want to go back in, but he didn't want to do nothing else either. Like no matter, like I would take him. And well, one of the big reasons why I took him back in the house is because he didn't have any gloves on, and like you want to touch the snow and stuff, but he didn't have no gloves on, so he was just stuck. And no matter where I would take him or put him, he would not do nothing. He wouldn't do anything. Like he would just stand there, like y'all just saw. He was just standing there. So I was like, you know what? Let's just get you back in the house because you get real cold if you ain't moving. So let's get him back in here. But it's gonna be stuck like that tomorrow. So I'm going to be around. I'm just gonna be around the house, pretty much taking care of him tomorrow. If maybe I'll do some behind the scene, maybe I'll throw up some TikTok videos, some clips or something. But I'm gonna, I try to be active where I can, and I'm working my hardest to get my social media up. But I have no idea what I just did. Okay. Let's unpause the game and get back to it.
Speak freely, just say the word.
What's going on over here? All right, I'm gonna shove off. I'm gonna take my people to a town so we can get a good rest. I'm a little disappointed because I'm gonna lose some buffs and some food, but that's fine. You know, I gotta try not to be stingy about my resources. That's one of the appeals, though. One of the appealing things about living up here in Washington State is that it snows, and I do like the idea of the snow. You know, that's exciting. I like the idea of the snow. I also like the idea of sunlight, which you got to choose. You got to choose one. You're not getting a whole lot of, you know, raw sunlight out here. You're getting diffused sunlight out here. You took your grandkids to the mountains to see the snow because where I live, we don't get snow, but once in a very blue moon. Yeah, and that's cool. Hey, and that right there in and of itself is awesome. You know, being able to have a, you know, all it takes is a reason. You know what I mean? All you need is a dang reason. Yeah. And by the way, Miss Lisa, you know, let me see if I got, before I do something right, let me see. Where'd it go? Where it at? Let me see. Oops. Uh-oh. Oh. I done broke it. I broke it. Maybe I should leave that alone. This thing forever glitching, I swear. All right, well, you know what? Never mind. I'm gonna leave that alone. Maybe on the next one. All right, so what's this? I need to find a town somewhere.
And she prayed to Andra in the deeps to guide them on their way. Those loving parting words that night re-echo.
I don't remember if Sayuka is a town. It says it's a harbor. That's the closest. Well, Nekataka. Let's go to Nekataka. It's a capital city. We know we can get what we need done there. We're going to Nekataka. You gotta get them she shanties, them sea shanties kicking out. You know what I mean? Let's crank them she shanties up. You know. Alright. I can't remember if there's an inn in the Brass Citadel. Queen's Birth is legit. The Sacred Stair is alright. I guess I'm gonna go to Queen's Birth. I want to go to the Wild Mare. Kind of don't want to go to. Let me see what else we got. Aspire. No, not the temples. What about the Brass Citadel? These Lounge, Imperial Command, Gunsmithery, the Brass Citadel. Nah. I definitely don't want to hang out in the Gullet. What about Pariki's Overlook? Citizens on Earth, Metalwork Guild, the Bathhouse, the Manor. I guess Queen's Birth it is. We're going to the Wild Mare. I'm heading here. We're gonna rest for the night, get our people back up, get the fatigue knocked off. There's a bit of a questing area I was just in and I did not complete it, so we're gonna head back there once it's all said and done. Ooh. Just noticed something. I noticed that we peaked out there a little bit. Hopefully that fixes it. It's kind of hot in here right now, which is fine because it's cold outside. Baby, it's cold outside. Right now in the city of Tacoma, Washington, it is 23 degrees. Big Sam, what you popping on right now for your temperature? It's 23 degrees right now out here. That's pretty low, man. It's cold enough I can convince the wife to let me turn up the heater. But yeah, we're doing turn-based tactical strategies tonight. I'm gonna put in some good time on this one, and then maybe we'll get another one working. Big Sam says it's 30 degrees. All right. Looks like I got you beat by 7. Oh boy. What do I win? A cold ass. What I win. All right. All right, let's see if we can get do we want to holler at some hoes? Let's go. We're gonna holler at some hoes, man. Let's go get us some. Let's go link up with some hookers. I personally don't want my character linking up with no hookers, though. I'm doing this for the stream. Normally, I don't do this, but for the stream, we're gonna link up with some sex workers. Cause sex workers need love too, and more than love, they need employment. Because it's called sex work. It's not called sex charity. And we got legit sex workers out here. So I you know, as much as I kid and joke around and stuff, if it sounds like I'm disrespecting the sex work trade, I apologize wholeheartedly. I appreciate the service that is provided. Of course, I don't take it up. However, if there was ever a moment where that was a thing that could be prescribed, hey, if, you know, I would want it to be available. You know what I mean? There come a time where I need it. You know what I'm saying? Well, something that's what's up. It's like, hey, I'm with it. You know, I'm with it. So, you know, let there be taxes for the sex work trade. So let's see, Warfare 15%. Stride. We're going. Fox apparently came in. We saw some stuff. All right, let's see who we linking up with tonight. That is a sailor. Game is wanting to glitch. I think I know why it's behaving this way, actually.
Not a problem, Captain.
They got everything you want. They got dudes. They got the ladies. Where the ladies at, though? Oh, here we go. What's up? Already on the floor. See what else we got? What is this? Rebuna. What kind of character is that even? It looks like some kind of beast. I'm good. You know, while I don't, you know, I don't discredit beast women, you know, but I'm just not feeling like no beast work tonight. I'm not feeling like no beast work tonight. It looks like they ain't really got a whole lot of offerings here, so we just gonna link up with this chick right here. Let me see if I can specifically let one of my other teammates holler at her.
Have you come to hear some verse?
Oh, well, no, looks like I gotta get me some. How much for your time?
100 copper pans, a reasonable fee to experience the sublime words of Adir's greatest poets, don't you think? Come, lay your head on my breast. I will read to you the work of my favorite poet.
I got my whole crew in here, so we about to get it popping. I'm interested.
Do you know Skilba? She wrote in the time before Adir's marriage to Kulkin, when the kingdom was fire bright and yearning for a purpose. Now, listen.
An exquisite poet. Oh, this shall be a rare treat.
She reading poetry. She about to read that poetry. They call it gang poetry because, you know, we got a lot of people in here.
Ship at dawn, its face pressed to the
This is my first time using this, by the way.
My sister and you. A sailor died in lantern light. The wind, my brother's fingers pulling at your hair. His breath hot and boastful, promising. I, a horizon whose borders your thumb has not traced in years. You, slack-jawed and groaning, your chin in the hard grip of longing, led stumbling through the waves.
Man, we about to groan some more, apparently.
A pleasant diversion, yes? Visit me anytime, my friend.
So doing that gave me a bonus of Aylin's Boon, +1 to explosive metaphysics and perception. That's nice. I'm about to lose it though, cause my teammate here, I should have did that after I rested. That's my first time doing that. Allegedly. Why am I hearing doubles? What's happening? What is happening? Oh, no. Oh, I think I know why. It finally resolved itself. There we go. But yeah, that was my first time doing that in a long time. I forgot. I did not strategize it out. I should have did the big rest first and then listened to some poems. All right. Let's do the big rest. Early, yeah, man. We're a little early tonight. I started some time ago, yeah.
Now, what can I do for you?
You know, if I were able to get things working and cool, I would be here all day. But that ain't where I'm living. That ain't how I'm living right now.
You see anything you like?
Hold up, let's get some bed. We're gonna rest. Let's go for the private dance room. Let's go. All right, we got our rest up. As you can see, her injury has been removed. All right, let's head back to the mission. Miss Lisa, what state y'all live in, if I can ask? I know you mentioned some mountains. I wonder, cause I know Tweety Me, I think she out there in Minnesota. I know Big Sam out there in the Dirty Glove area. He out there in the Dirty Glove in Nevada. Oh snap! You know, I never think about snow-capped mountains in Nevada, man. I got one of the followers of the channel and supporters of the channel, and dare I say, you know, low-key team member to some degree. We kind of got ideas of collabing on some stuff, but Black Indie Dev, he was looking at the Nevada area to move to. Actually, I wish he was in here. Maybe he could ask you some questions about some more details, direct details about life in Nevada. But yeah, he was talking about moving there. Apparently, Vegas. He was looking at the Vegas area. Me personally, I would probably like to live on the perimeter of Vegas. You know what I'm saying? Something a little quieter. I like a little quiet. One of the reasons I like Tacoma, it's a little quiet. It's quieter than the hustle and bustle of some of the cities I've lived in, like Atlanta. I've lived in Atlanta. And Atlanta is definitely a busy little area. Is the stream working on everyone else? Oh, you live in Vegas. Okay, that's what's up. Well, I did ask for the state, didn't I? Okay, yeah, I got one of the followers of the channel. He was talking about moving to Vegas last stream. I think it was Friday. And let me get out of here. And just, you know, it's saying one of the benefits of living in Vegas is that the flights are cheap in and out of Vegas. I'm guessing them gangsters worked out a good deal, you know. So it's like you can just about get anywhere in the U.S. At a discounted rate if you are Vegas, if you know getting flights out of Vegas. So that was a benefit. And he was like, you know, where the black people at? You know, apparently black people in Vegas. Looks like we discovered there's about a 12% demographic of black folks in Vegas. So that's what's up. Oh, the only place that's loud is in the Vegas Strip. So you don't live out there on the Strip? Y'all, you got an apartment or a house right there on the Strip? Oh, okay. Y'all, no house on the Strip. Okay, that's cool. I mean, I get it. I wouldn't want to live right there either. You know what I mean? But otherwise, it's pretty cool, pretty low key. The surrounding areas is quiet. Okay. When we and I heard that, you know, there is crime, but are we naive to think that there is not crime everywhere, right? But when I visited Vegas, it definitely, as soon as you get off of the main, you know, the main strip of Vegas, everything was shut down. You know what I mean? Quiet, shut down. I don't remember going through any neighborhoods per se, but I definitely remember like maybe one of the main parkways, and even that, you know, the parkway was kind of mild in comparison. Let's get back to Hasongo. I just turned up the speed. You live in a house? I know. I okay, that's what's up. I was up here. I was tripping. In my imagination being the way it is, I literally was just imagining that a house or apartment or a domicile was transported right on in the middle of the Las Vegas Strip. That's just my own issues right there. All right, we're back in the place to be. Let me look at the map. I don't want to get back to where I was. I think we're about right here. So as you can see, you can pull the map up and tell your people where to go, and they'll come out, they'll run there. You can follow them. If it's a dangerous area, you'll want to, you know, follow them. But if you've already cleaned out the dangers, they'll wind up going where they're supposed to go. There they are. Oh, and a cool thing. I know you've been checking out the streams of this a couple nights here. You can make your own characters, which is cool. They have their own pre-generated characters with their own stories and storyline quests, but you can make your own character. This is one of my legacy. I'll call them legacy characters that I create for multiple games as I play different games. This guy here, Bear Higgins, he's a legacy character for me, and so I was actually able to create him and put him in this game. But that's cool. All these other characters, other than my main character, which is this guy here, all the other characters are story quest specific characters. This dude right here is in part 1, and he was rolling with me in part 1, so I was able to bring him into this one, which I do wonder if you can bring, if you had like specifically beat the game with some of these characters, if you can bring some of them into part 2, like maybe one character from part 1 into part 2. I wonder if they do that. I'd have to play through part 1 again and see, but this was like my right hand man in part 1. So the busy time of the year here is around September, November, and then it picks up in New Year's, and then it picks up in March Madness. Yo, hell yeah! That's what I be telling Colson. He got to get on out there so he can get them sandwiches. He can start selling folks them sandwiches hot off the grill. It'd be, catch them around that busy time of the year. Get them sandwiches sold out. We got to get Colson to start making some bratwursts. We gotta get him on them brats, quick and easy to make, and they got a long foreign sounding name, so everybody gonna want to eat them. Yeah. All right, so let me see. Yeah, let's go check this out. Loose masonry mars the southern wall of the gatehouse. Some of the protruding bricks look prominent enough to climb, yet the stonework fills with sea spray and slime moss. You estimate a difficult climb, a dangerous fall also. All right, we're going to climb the tower. It's going to check our athletics. I wish you could. Okay, cool. You can mouse over each individual character in your party. Like some of these will take the entire party's skill stat into consideration, and sometimes you can specify somebody. So for instance, if this one allowed me to specify, we would get the biggest benefit off athletics from, I believe, Aloth. No, he's got 9. Maybe it's no. Bear Higgins has 7. Maya has 1, and my dude has 3. So I was correct. Aloth has the largest athletics bonus. But let's see what he's gonna do for us today. Oh shit, I don't even need to do that. I can use the rope and the grappling hook. That's why so there are 3 or 4 items you want to keep on you at all time. Every time you see them available, you want to pick them mugs up. A crowbar, a rope and grappling hook, and there's maybe one more that is escaping me right now. So we just not even gonna worry about our low stats because that has a chance to fail. What will not fail is the rope and the grappling hook. Captain, I can think of 2 ways to draw unnecessary attention. This is the worst one. Maya observes your preparations with a hand raised in caution. Oh, this is the first time I've seen where there's a warning that the grappling hook could alert enemies. So this is the first time I've seen this out of all these hours I've played this game. Let's see. Okay, so but the raider came here, and it's been a lot of killing here. Ooh, most of that is people knowing people. The raider. Man, I'm missing something there. Raiders. Like marauders? What? Oh. Really? The Raiders, the football team came. You see again, y'all please forgive me. My imagination is off the chain, which is why I really need to finish my manuscript I'm writing. I really need to finish that so I can get that energy up out of here. But y'all, you said Raiders, and I literally saw like cats with Buccaneers, like Buccaneer type with the swords, the Sam shears and the damn cutlasses in their teeth, climbing in your window. All right. So, okay. Whew. Yeah. Yikes. Okay. The Raiders, the football team, right? Bo Jackson. All right. That's crazy. How a football team gonna bring a whole area of corruption to your town? That's crazy. What the fuck they doing killing? How people killing in the name of the Raiders though? Make that make sense. All right, we're gonna try to climb the tower without a grappling hook because apparently that's not stealth enough for this story beat. Partial success. This is why I did not want to do that. Somebody about to get injured. You're halfway up when you hear a gasp below. Looking down, you see Maya holding feebly to a jagged stone, her feet dangling over open air. As you watch, her hands slip from the stone, and she lands at the base of the tower with a yelp. You have no choice but to climb back down after her. God damn it. Looked like she injured her walking foot. Let's see what kind of injury she sustained. Her reflexes are injured, which is fine. That's not a big deal. We're gonna try that again. Hold up, before I try that again, let me quick save. We'll load if we fail again. God damn it. Did she just bust her ass again? Bruh, she just burst her ass again. All right, let's reload that. They wilding out. It happens where you don't see the cops a lot. I mean, do they not have cameras? So they're robbing people? Like, let me see. Like, damn, boy, that Raider energy is crazy, ain't it? Killing. Straight up killing. That's crazy. How the hell a football team influences that? I'm going to try this one more time with the climbing and maybe, nah, all right. God damn, bruh, she is like bleeding to death. All right, we just gonna have to use that grappling hook. Yes, we have them, but some of these folks don't care. Oh, so they just do the shit in the cameras. That remind me of the thing I saw with them two girls that ran up in the damn beauty salon. I don't know if you saw that. They ran up in the beauty salon. They done pepper sprayed the damn clerk, and they up there trying on all the shit that they were stealing with the camera right on them. Man, I just gotta put that on clout chase culture. Clout chase culture is evolved into a thing where people they see cameras and they gotta know we got cameras all around. They don't even care. Even if they don't see them, they just know. They don't even have any regard. They're like, all right, if a camera here, we gonna get some clout off this. People gonna call us the beauty store bandits. We gonna get some name. We gonna get some rep in the jail. And the weird thing about them, both of them females was pregnant. Crazy. Careful, any noise could draw unwanted attention, Jody says. We're gonna toss that grappling hook. The grappling hook lands with a loud clang. No sooner have you pulled it tighter than you hear a splashing and hissing behind you. Oh good, we ain't worried about fighting. Fighting is what we damn do. You can't get turn-based tactical if you ain't fighting, you know what I'm saying? All right, so let's get this turn base popping. There's one enemy. We're gonna hit him with the Ralto. We're gonna hit him with that hobbling shot. First, let's mark him, and then we're gonna hit him with that hobbling shot. Oh, you know what? Let's hit him with thorny roots. I was gonna hit him with that raw damage, but yeah, let's just immobilize him. Oh, the immobilize didn't work. Instead, he became hobbled. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. All right, we're gonna end turn right here. I need to put that on a button. I think I do. I'm gonna change it here in a minute. Damn, Jody just got messed up. All right. Oh, so that's how you live it? Oh, this is exactly what I like to see. We're gonna put the pillar of holy fire on him right here. Ready to damn go. Now, before I go any further, let me do a quality of life update. I want to put my end turn on a button close to my thumb. This is all computer shit right here. Hold up. There we go. I had it on that, but that don't work as well as it could. Oh damn. Was it on Zoom? Anyway, all right. All right, cool. We're gonna end turn with my newfound thumb button.
You were saying?
There we go. And then Maya is ready to put in some work. She has a bow. Let's have her do that. What's going on here? He's still healthy. Let's go with the gouging strike, which is going to gouge enemies, causing raw damage over time, and it's also going to blind the target. Let's go.
Still got it.
He has. Oh, look at that. See, there is a skill. There's a thing, a perk, a passive perk that I picked up with Maya, and I use it now for any of my ranged characters. I forget the name of it, but basically what it does is it allows you, like a penetration thing. The first target you hit, the attack will spread to other enemies. Also, this weapon she has like a magic missile effect. So, man, and anybody who's not familiar with magic missile is basically like a spell that summons projectiles. That it'll summon multiple projectiles to typically hit one target, but sometimes it can hit multiple targets. All right, so that's the end of her turn. Let's go.
Oh?
And my dude right here, this Aloth. Aloth is my dude. One of my long-standing characters. We're gonna just have him cast one of my favorite spells of the game. And now we're gonna move on to the bird. We're gonna have the bird hold up right here because we're doing a whole lot of magic right now. And I don't want to get my folks caught up in it. We're just gonna say defense just in case somebody moves past our attack line.
That's not very helpful.
Wow, so he slipped on the ice. So what I did, which it looks like one negated the other one. I cast a flame spell, which initially burned, and it looks like that character might still be burnt. If they're not dead already. That character died, actually. They didn't make it. So the combination of hot cold killed this one character, and this character right here ain't gonna get too far. We're gonna keep our birds safe. Let's go for our ranged characters, because which we have like 2 if you don't count magic. Actually, we got 3. No, we got 2. Technically, we got 3. Technically, we have 4 because Aloth has wand usage skills. Boop. And that's the end of that. My spoils of war. Reptilian blood, huh? So now we should be able to climb. A rope dangles from the top of the gatehouse. It feels secure. You ascend quickly and easily to the top of the tower. Alright, let's go into stealth just in
Happy to
case.
oblige.
Better part of valor.
Sure thing.
Let me turn down my speed. Well, this is interesting. It's a lighthouse. It looks like a lighthouse. Yeah, be careful because another thing, if you haven't cleared the area where you're going to, there may be traps. So if you like make your folks walk a long distance without watching them, they may discover the trap, but if you don't stop them from walking, they'll just walk right into it. Oh, okay. We'll go heading out to this lighthouse. I kind of want to explore the lighthouse last. I think I might do that. Oh, that must be Eothas's foot. Why does his foot almost look like a damn animal foot? Let's read this.
Not exactly my area of expertise.
You remember the feat that made thee stomping across at Cadnua. And the cool, interestingly weird development is this giant that's traipsing across the land in this game, because that's part of the main plot, is the same creature that was stuck under your castle in part 1. In part 1, you is buried beneath your castle, huge humanoid being, and yeah. So, speaking as a person who loves games that are consistent, or what's the word I'm looking for? Like a continuous world, such as like your Mass Effects and that continuity. Speaking as a person who loves continuity plot lines, I would say yes. However, they don't have turn-based in the old one, but it's still pause-based, which I call stop time. It's not turn-based, but it's stop time. So you can pause it like this. You hit to see the game. You can pause it and then like select what you want to happen, then unpause it and it'll do it. Till you get to a point where your characters are so balanced and leveled out that you can just let them go do what they're gonna do. You can, because you can control their behaviors and what they'll do in combat. The AI. So you can do that, and eventually, like when you get to a point where you don't got to worry about their health so much, and they're able to take care of themselves. It's at that point, it's kind of like The Sims, I guess. But yeah, I would say yes. If you can get part 1 and it ain't like no major drain on your resources, I say go for it, because the stories do continue, and there are things that occur in part 1 that directly make sense in part 2. Like for instance, this major story piece with his foot on the ground right here. So this guy just got spotted. So what we gonna do? First things first. You're messing with the worst, man. Let's see, can he shoot this guy? Can. Oh, and there's multiple enemies up there, but you know how I'm about to live. You know how I'm about to live with Bear Higgins.
What now?
Jody she just hate me. She hates me now. She used to be my girl. All right, so let's summon this. If it'll let me. Let's see if it'll let me.
No can do.
Nah, ain't gonna be able to do that. Can she shoot him?
Let the light
You
guide
can.
you to your death. Captain.
Let's try to get people away from the damn explosive barrel right there. Let's hit him with his gouging strike.
Right between the eyes.
Very good. Looking good right there. Let's end that turn. Aloth, the dude. I don't think Aloth's gonna be able to do much right here. I could try to have him cast a spell, but the angle ain't gonna work. So I'm gonna change weapons with him. The problem, unfortunately, unless there's a skill that I haven't seen, when you change weapons in this game, that it pretty much ends your action. That counts as a full action, so you can't turn back around and attack after you change weapons. Game Pass. This game is on Game Pass. Yeah, if you got Game Pass, I know they have part 2 on Game Pass. She got part 2 as a gift, so she got that. Part 1 may also be on Game Pass. I'm not 100%. But you know me, I would say if you can own it, because then that gives you time to really enjoy it as much as you like. With Game Pass, that is a monthly bill that if you want to turn off, you turn off, but then of course you don't have access to the game you want, nor it's say your save states. So Game Pass is dope though. If there were ever a video game service that I would pick up and use continuously, that is one of them, which I actually do. Okay, 1 and 2. So yeah, 1 is on Game Pass also. But if it's something that you gonna play over time, unless you plan to keep Game Pass for a long time, of course, just know that if you play it on Game Pass, all your content will be stuck on Game Pass if you turn that subscription off. And that said, Game Pass is one of the best subscription-based video game services I've come across at the moment, with Humble Bundle being the second best, because then on there you wind up getting a lot of stuff that you get to keep forever. So. All right. I'm ending my turns. This is who I was waiting to get to Bear Higgins, because Bear Higgins got that thump. Oof. There we go. Surprise, surprise. That dude died from poison. Ashiza in turn. Bunty, let's in turn. Jody in turn. Tamir. Oh, I could have had her attack actually. Can't shoot, bro. Can't shoot. In turn. Maya should be able to shoot him. He cannot. Really? Interesting. He cannot. I saw Jody was able to. Oh, damn. That Joker tried to attack my guy, Bear Higgins. It missed. Now Bear Higgins, my turn. My time to shine. Let me see. Let's just go with that power strike. Let's go. Ooh. Damn. Now how in the heck did he even get up here? I guess we go down the stairs.
You must gather your party before.
Oh, this is gonna be a challenge.
You must
Whoa.
gather your party before venturing forth.
Indeed. I'll take.
I realized I just made a boo-boo, which is gonna cause me to use his skills. It's gonna cause me to use his skills. Dang. So I only can do this skill twice because of an item. So I can't. Ooh, this seems kind of glitcherish. I gotta figure out how I can. How was he able to jump up, but he can't jump down? Oh, here we go. Here we go. You're up here doing some matrix.
I'll handle this.
They got a whole gang of meat in there. All right, let's go. And by the way, I did beat part 1 of this game on stream. I think maybe that was last year before I started this one up.
I shall.
I had a great time with it personally.
I'll take care of this.
Got a fine pistol and a letter from Laharan. Ko, you know I've never been one for superstition, but I'm telling you, there's something to these dreams. Couldn't tell you what they mean, only that they wake me 3 times a night. All of us work your farms, pious Eothius to a man, are having them too. Eothians to a man. I've got no mind to tell you how to run your fort, but I've got to look after my brethren here. We left homes and families back in Redceres, and now we're seeing strange things and laboring next to a duke's ransom in black powder. Or did you reckon a dumb hick like me wouldn't notice? Lauren, so having dreams about doom and gloom out here. All right. Dog.
I remember this little soldier. Glad to see you made it, friend.
Maya kneels to scratch the dog's ears as Shiza hops closer and cocks his head. Beckon the dog to come with you. He takes a few tentative steps forward and sniffs your hand. He lowers his head under your fingers and looks up at you expectantly. Don't scratch behind his ears. Cute little doggy, it was a cute doggy. He closes his eyes and raises his head, helping you find just the right spot. After several seconds of this, he stands and shakes himself off, ready to follow. Okay, so the lizard people done come through and claim the town. We done got us a little dog companion. He has a bonus to stealth and survival. Okay. So that's kind of a named character dog. Oh, you know what? Let me get back up there. I'm gonna break those barrels and see if they got any good stock items. Food is good because we can make something to eat. Oh, those are lamp oil barrels. You know what? Never mind, because that's got oil in it already, which could blow up on us. I'm gonna not do that. Go stealth. More gunpowder barrels. That's not a positive sight. It's a positive sight if the enemies are next to the gunpowder barrel and not me. Hold up. Now this is me pausing the game. I need to stop my folks from moving. All right, we're gonna ambush this creature here. Man, my flight was canceled. Extra day with the family. Hell, hey, that sounds like a positive thing to me. Salute and welcome back to the stream. Back Black Indie Dev. I was just speaking about you here a moment ago. I know you was looking at that Nevada area. We got a Nevada native out here in the stream, and she was just kind of telling us what's going on. I don't know if you had any specific questions or if she's still there, but welcome back to the Strizzle Orb.
With relish.
Oh snap! There's enemies that just popped up. All right, we're gonna have to do something about that. Who is next? Tamir. Tamir, let's do this. Get some hits on this dude right here. You still here? Okay, yeah, that's the guy I was telling you about, Black Indie Dev. He was talking about looking into moving to the Nevada area, Las Vegas specifically. And if there are any particular pointers or things or questions, you know, it might be worthwhile asking from a native of the area.
Yes?
And when I say native, I mean somebody who lived there. Like your whole generations of family lived out there. Damn. All right. Aloth the dude. Let's see. Oh, I forgot we got this thing. Let's have him attack this. Get that up out of here. Jody.
All right.
Let's also have her attack this. Get this thing off the map as soon as we can. Ishiza. Alright. Very good.
Certainly.
Hit that fool from stealth to some degree. Let's go. Bunty Bear. Go get him. All right, the Coral Naga is attacking. This is Maya. Maya is within striking distance. Let's have her hit him with that blinders attack.
See that, Ishi?
So that's a good strike right there. 2 strikes and he missed both. I'm digging it. The pillars. Yes, sir. That P-O-E. Poe. There was one thing she agreed that I feel is just a general rule anyway, is that living outside of Vegas is probably gonna be the best bet. Unless you just want to be in the thick, living outside of the strip area, like on the perimeter of the strip is the better bet. Unless you just want to be in the shit. I'm in the shit. I got the shit. I'm in the shit. Let me see Tamir. Tamir. Let's have him bop this up right here.
How may I help? They'll fall by my hand.
Yeah.
You always do that, yeah. Ever since I lived in Atlanta, because when I first lived in Atlanta, I was all in the city. But then after like a few years there, for whatever reason, I wound up moving to like outside the perimeter 285, and it was way better. It was like 15 minutes to get to the city and do whatever I needed to do in the city, but I just didn't have to deal with all that exact traffic and all that mess. So, yeah. have her help them out here.
Get threshed.
I'm here.
Finish them off. Boop. There you go. Oh, it's casting some buffs for itself.
I've got this, Captain.
Oh, damn, I did not even see this dude. He just jumped out and just bust my guy in his head. You damn sucker ass. Succotash. Let me get up out of here for this dude damn mess me all up.
That's not supposed to happen.
Put him target him. I don't live in Nashville, I live on the outskirts. Did I like living in Atlanta or living in the area of Atlanta? Now, when I lived in Atlanta, that was back in like the early 2000s when Lil Jon was hot. So yes and no. I did not like, and this might be just a city thing in general. It's not I have anything against the city life or whatever, but the people there were very superficial, right? Everybody seemed like they was trying to be a superstar when they wasn't shit. You know, unless they was some, you know what I'm saying? Everybody was like they was living off of Atlanta clout. And so it just felt like they were shallow, more shallow than normal. But that, of course, that might just be a major city thing for people who just live in these named cities like that. They feel like just because they live in that city, they got the clout of that city, and then that means they're owed something. I don't know. But other than that, I had some great times in the A. Definitely that was during the years where I was, you know, going to clubs a lot more. So that was exciting because that was also during the time period where that club music was hitting big. So I had a good time. I ain't really got nothing bad to say. You know, a lot of black folks live there with various degrees of influence. You know, they could be a little bit more codified. Well, a lot more codified down there because it ain't gonna take them but another 10 years and they just gonna be out on their ass living in all the outskirts because they can't put no financial foothold on nothing. But you know, it's another chocolate city. I got love for it. So, you know, I'm from South Jersey, but barely ever went to Philly. Interesting. I would rethink coming here, but if you don't mind, then it's okay. I know my daughter said the price of living is going, well, you know, the price of living is going up everywhere for sure. I think what you got to look at specifically is the cost of doing business. You know, the rate of pay, like where I live in Washington State, it's expensive. You can go ask anybody that's gonna say it's expensive here, but you do make a lot more money. And from what I gather, you make more money. Like, for instance, you know, they just recently had this thing where even working at McDonald's, like as a damn near base pay worker, you're making $15 an hour. So it all kind of balances out to depend on where you live. So you kind of want to look at what you can make versus the cost of living. What kind of income you can generate versus the cost of living. Oh, you from Philly? Philly, yeah. I want to move there, but it rains too much. It rains too much in Philly? Oh, are you talking about Washington? I'm thinking of starting a creative business. And go for it, bro. They say 2021 was the year of resignation. The Great Resignation. They got a whole new term for this shit. It's called a Great Resignation out this mud. Man, Walmart by me said they hired some in at 17 to start. I mean, for starters, the job economy, the job market is fucked for employers because it's hard for them to find employees, and employees be like, "Yo, y'all up here trying to get me jabbed up. Y'all up here not only trying to get me jabbed up, you ain't cleaning your workspaces, so you got all these diseases and shit running around. And you trying to hook me up with these mandates. You know what? I'm leaving. Y'all can figure that shit out next week. This is an employee's paradise though, because it looks like a lot of places trying to get folks to come on in and get that work. So, you know, it's on both sides of the fence right there. I think I'm good right here. Let me end my turn. She's let's see. Oh, this dude's almost dead.
Oh?
Alright.
They'll fall by my hand. This is futile.
I didn't do nothing special. Oh damn, did we? Oh, that heals people. I forget. Man, she got a badass bow. Yo. Oh, yo. Now the job market here, you have to know someone to get hired. Okay. You know, I just the way the nation is going, it seemed like it shouldn't be too much of an issue, but I don't know the way Black Indie Dev be going on about it. I feel like it ain't getting hired at work. Getting hired to work ain't the problem. It's like wherever you want to be is the issue. Kind of decide which way you want to flow. But that don't ever seem to be a concern about employment, as far as I could tell. Of course, the great brother can correct me where I'm wrong. Okay, let's end turn. Let's hit him. Let's try to see if we can knock this guy off his feet. Went like that right there.
Captain.
All right, old girl. He's hurt. A finishing blow won't do much. Let's hit him with a wounding shot.
Right between the eyes.
He's got wounds for 1 round. Ooh. Blinded and flanked. Ouch. She's a... If you can knock him on his butt. Good work. Good work, a bird. Bunty the bear. Don't care about your hair.
How may I help?
Alright, Aloth, how can you help? Step on back. Hit him with that bim bim.
I shall deal with this one.
Bim bim. Like that right there, right there. And then Jody. There it is. I'm not using none of my magic right now because it's kind of no reason to.
Captain.
I forget those guys explode into poison.
You were saying?
I was saying go ahead and stealth up. It's a big difference from Philly. Man, Philly, man. Philly. All I have is perceptions from a distance about Philly. Miss Lisa Boss may know a little bit more about the actual living. It's one of those sad things from what I can see, though. For me, it's like, it's Philly is another one of those cities with the black demographic is above 40%, I think. But I feel like there is a lot of engineering going on, and I'm just gonna leave it at that, lest I start talking like I'm gonna put on the tinfoil kufi or a conspiracy theorist. I might not be a conspiracy theorist, but I'm suspicious. I'm a suspicious thinker. How about that? I'll be looking at this shit out here real suspiciously. Question everything except nothing. That's interesting. I noticed.
We're not alone.
I noticed this here. Like, when can you blow this up or something? Maybe I can try to cast a spell.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Rubble. You can attack it. I ain't gonna trip. I ain't gonna trip on that because there is a thing that they're trying to get me to do where I'm supposed to be able to use my. Oh shit! Damn it! I won't do that. Trying to get away from y'all.
Fear not the rapine. Speak freely.
Yeah, like, how's that gonna work? Because we can't. They can't attack us. We can't attack them. Let's see what they're gonna do. Now, if they bring their ranged attackers, I gotta figure out how to get out of combat. Yeah, see, they could probably gonna try to hit us with arrows or something.
More fiends.
How may I help?
Well, hell, if they're gonna be right there, shit, I'm about to damn start cheating. Raining. All right, let's see if we can. No, they're gonna let us cast. Nope, it's not gonna let us cast beyond that wall. No, is there no way I can get out of? I messed that up. Ah, crap, man. Is there any loading I can do? Nope, just that one. Damn. I literally do not want to do this part right here. Because. Yeah. Alright. That's just it. She ain't gonna attack it. So, like, hell. You can't attack the wall, so. This seemed like one of those situations where it's kind of badly planned. As your people won't attack it to break the rubble, and you can't move the gunpowder barrel, right? So, and I have this strange feeling that it's not going to just let me escape. I'm gonna see if I can get far enough away and that just take me out of combat. Take me out of combat. That would be nice.
May I help?
Put the speed on. Try to resolve this faster.
Your orders?
How may I help?
Please let me in combat without a big ass hassle. You guys are nowhere near me. I might just have to restart. If I go through one more round and it won't let me exit, I'm just gonna restart and I'll just not fight on this bridge till later.
Happy to oblige. Speak freely.
And some games let you flee from combat, which in retrospect, I don't know if I've ever really seen a flee from combat option in this one.
I'm here.
Yeah, it's starting to look like they ain't just gonna let me. I'm just gonna load my game up. All right, so we're done with that part. I already know ain't nothing really going on here, so we're just gonna head back. All right, let me see. I'm gonna take my folks back to. Let's go head back to down this way. Climb back down the hill. I'm going to do the lighthouse last. Let's do the lighthouse last. Climb down the rope. I don't know if I've been in here yet. The silent appearance of peace is only a facade. Violent interference at its peak.
Real quiet now.
And privateer mobs.
I'll take care of this.
You know what? I think I may have talked to this dude already. Yeah. Amuro. Yeah, okay, I've been here already.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
The black people here act funny towards people not from here. Oh my god. Really? Here we go.
Nice and quiet.
Here we go. Are they extra? Do they think they somebody else? Or do they think they're from somewhere else? Or are they from somewhere else? Because that's something we may sometimes miss, is that sometimes black folks from out of the country link up in a way that does not include folks from this country. That's the best way I can break it down cleanly. You know, I think I've gone through all this and I never found the damn gunpowder, or maybe I never brought the gunpowder back. Let me see if I can do that now. Where that gun at? Here it is. I'm supposed to be able to put some gunpowder in this thing. Load the bombard. Here we go. Carefully, you ease the shell into the bombard. Fire the bombard. You light the fuse and plug your ears. Bim bim. That's what we was. I was like, I ain't finna fight all them. I hope they give me the XP for it. That'd be nice. I did not see that. That's kind of jank to think they don't give you the XP for that. But we did what we came to do. Let's go collect that loot. I compute. Collect that loot.
I reap what I sow.
I'll have it. Keeping quiet.
Shouldn't be anything alive here. Some of them from other countries. I have grown children here and they have friends that are from here, so they treat me good. You get in on the kids' clout. You slide through in your kids' clout. See, now that ain't even right. Hell no. That's some crazy ass stuff right there, man. I'm not just talking about the situation. I'm just saying let's just man, that's a whole dialogue piece right there. We got way bigger problems going on. These folks have been talking about you from out of town, bro. Come on. All right, well, I guess we'll go ahead and get this fight completed and get that XP, and that will have concluded. I believe that's going to conclude all of the areas I hadn't searched. Oh, there's this part right here. I may go check that out because I haven't been there. All right, let's get this fight done right quick.
Of course.
I know somebody gonna jump out on them.
Of course.
Everybody dogpile this fool.
Right between the eyes.
Alright. Tamir. Let's have you hobble buddy here.
No good.
Happy to oblige.
Jody, yeah. What spells do I have that she could do? Just this one. It's kind of a
All thick worth and raw.
overkill spell, but all right. My man Aloth out here. Let's start working this. Oh, you know what? Let's do this right here. This will take care of all that. All right, and that turn. Who is next to Bear Higgins? Bear. Let's go here. Damn. All right. Bunty the bear. And turn.
Say your prayers.
Ooh, that was a big hit. Oh my gosh.
Your orders?
That's that combo. I kind of messed that up. Maya.
Speak freely.
All right, Maya. Let's have you blind this dude right here. He done jumped out of the damn water like he about to do something.
I shall deal with this one. This is futile.
Rip this one up. Very good. Jody, what you doing for it? Let's have her. What's up with us? He's hurt. Have her back off and hit him with that boom built.
Let the light guide you to your death.
All right, that one's bloodied. But buff the.
I'm here.
Buff that one. That guy's on the ground. I'll let the animals finish him off, and we're gonna go and hit this guy as heavy as possible. Shaking. In turn. That storm is doing its thing. Whoa, double strike. Oh, they doing lightning strikes.
How many of you are there?
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. All right, got him hobbled.
Yeah.
Okay, we got some bull crap happening right about now. They got ice blights and stuff. Folks getting hurt. Jody might need to do some heal casting.
Fear not the Raven.
That was a nice hit. It didn't take off a lot of health, but looked like it should have.
This is futile.
All right, cool. So that totem has been destroyed, which was summoning all these spirits. I don't have like a banish. Let's hit it with this necrotic lance. Whoa, whoa. Wow. The weakness is fire, so I should have did that instead. Although I don't think Buddy has any fire spells, so
Something I hate's coming back up.
he ain't feeling it right now.
I've got this, Captain. Still got it.
All right, very good. Let's break away from that after this one. And if we can immobilize this thing here, maybe hobble it. Cause it's got this area of effect, close point of body area of effect that seems to be hurting my people that get too close to it. Got any kids? What do you do, oh boy? You was about to get that black and brown coalition going. She was about to get that black and brown coalition popping. It was like, let's collate the data. I got the data. All right.
That's not very helpful.
Oh man. All right. I don't have any. Oh, I got this big ass fireball. Let's see if that works.
Happy to oblige. Time to separate the chaff.
I'm here.
I'm listening.
Ooh, miss. Yikes.
That's it.
Oh, that thing gonna die.
Yes. Of course.
Bloop. We got one more to go. Escape. That's a cool technique, even though you don't get to see it. I loot, and scoop. Rented you that BM dubs, BM dubbers. She was all up on it then, huh? She like, oh, so. Old girl was trying to get that coalition going. He said she gonna be an ally. You said she gonna be an ally. That's how she living. All right, it's time to go check the lighthouse now. Be careful with that also, because you have a lot of those who look for guys with money, because a lot of the young men out here ain't doing what they should. Man, that shit right there, that's a whole nother pandemic. See, I'm from the South, and I'm also from a time where your parents would be like, your ass better go get some work. Now, they didn't, you know, I'm definitely from the area where they didn't instruct us on getting your own businesses popping, but they definitely encourage gainful employment, keyword being employment. So I ain't never gonna know. I have never been anywhere after I left the house where I was just lamping without no work, without no job, just sitting on somebody's couch. I sit on my own couch working. And when I moved out here in Washington, I noticed it seemed like a lot of the males out here was trying to get the women to do all the work while they just sat on the couch and argued and bitched at them. The dudes was on the couches screaming at the ladies. They were out here doing some pole pimping. They were out here doing some pole pimping, trying to get the women to do all the work, and they ain't doing nothing. But wanting to be in an alpha male role while they out here not doing shit. And so much so, like, my mom was living out here for a while, and she was saying that she was noticing that also as a female. Like, a lot of the guys she was trying to, you know, link up with and stuff, these motherfuckers living in hotels out here trying to date, talking about, yeah, you can come back to the hotel. She was like, hell nah, where your house at? Where your car? Where your car at, bruh? He's like, I got the MARTA. I'm on the transit. She like, we can't link up if you on the transit. That ain't how this will work today. Ain't no transit dating. Ain't no transit love out here today. That's not how that's working. I laugh. I think about my mom. She was out here, you know, there's a lot of homeless or people that don't want homes, or what you call transients. They're called transients, you know, people that just kind of go from place to place. They don't have living, like specific living kind of set up. But when she'd always call them transits. She's like, baby, them transits be all over the place. I'm like, what you talking about? The bus? You need some you need a car? You need a transit car? I got you. You're like, well, baby, no, I'm talking about all them transits out there on the street. I'm like, you talking about the buses? Like, no, you know, they be coming asking for money. I was like, oh, you talking about the transients. I love you, mother. But Let's see. The lighthouse is quiet, but for soft, sibilant whispers, there's a repetitive, incantatory quality to them. Yet, as you cross the threshold, an old Naga with skin like cracked leather breaks off. He swivels to face you, bearing one broken fang.
The sea-striped fiends send you to uproot the tree of the gods, yes? Their blasphemy knows no bounds.
Eothas is going to places where there's huge Audra concentration, I notice.
Give the order, Captain. Or just nod. I'm not picky.
You was in Vegas and this nice looking chocolate chick was trying to recruit me as a black Hebrew Israelite. That's what's up. I wasn't even paying attention to that. Oh, well, you know. That's what's up. Just it's codification by another name. You know, religion being as it may, folks better get with the program, because they was out here murdering and hanging Christians, Hebrew Israelites, and anything else the white supremacists could get their hands on. So respect to all you believe in, but you better get on code with what's happening. So let's see. They have people who pay monthly to live here in the hotels. Yeah, I could believe that. Oh, you was looking at? Oh, okay. Like, yeah, girl, let me get that pamphlet. Can we have a private session? And you can tell me about the benefits of Jehovah. So, we can what you drinking, girl? You drinking some of that E&J? I'll grab some milk and I'll drink this milk right here. We can talk about the finer benefits of our Lord. Yeah. Lord have mercy. Man out here trying to get the damn cut up while he trying to learn about the benefits of the hymns and the shims. All right. Anyway, the hams and the shim. All right. So let me stop. Like I have no idea. Listen. Maya's upper lip pulls back in a grimace. Maya trying to get popping on some work. His head twitches in her direction, his tongue flickering.
So, the fiends corrupt even the sand-striped ones. Now I taste their stench on her. If you join them in befouling the Adra, then you will join them in death too.
You're telling me this slaughter is all about Audra?
The tree of the gods, yes, which these fiends plunder and profane. Go, carry a warning of what you have seen to the other shufflers.
His tongue whips from his mouth like a ripped streamer. What warning do you expect me to deliver?
That shufflers must not disturb these roots, or the gods will destroy the islands again.
That ain't got nothing to do with any of that. You're saying the gods have brought ruin on the Deadfire before. He bares his broken fang in surprise.
Do your stories say nothing of the many disasters? Of the shuffler nests washed away like foam? Many generations ago, the sand-striped ones built great hives across the islands, and bastions around the Adra roots.
At this, the others hiss angrily. To be specific, Huanan civilization spanned the archipelago, but the Ingwithans built temples around the Adra.
They did not build alone. The sand-striped ones helped, as they help other fiends now.
He eyes Maya coldly.
Their meddling displeased the gods. So the gods smashed their works with heaving volcanoes and crashing waves.
His beads and bangles rattle as he brings his hands together in a loud clap. How do you know this?
Our ancestors hid deep where the waters quenched the fires and muffled the storms. They remembered while shufflers scattered. Now, the shufflers build again.
He thumps his tail on the floorboards.
The gods see. They will tear them all down.
Yeah. Eothas came to reach the Adra, not to punish anyone.
Lies and treachery. The gods do not wither their own roots.
He recoils. Barath sent me. I am here doing his will of the gods.
The shuffler's tongue is thick with blasphemy. Kill him now, Sukkah.
The other Naga draws into a tight coil as if preparing to strike. His tail whips on the ground, and as he considers you...
If your fat tongue speaks true, then give us proof.
The gods summon storms, call down moons. If they wanted Hasango destroyed, they would not have left a single stone standing. Sugan regards you with a wary eye.
If this is not some fat-tongued lie, then show us. Approach. Restore the blessing of the gods to the Adra.
Do what now?
As your hand touches the dim Adra, you feel the same cool, pricking sensation that you did when you touched the pillar near Port Mage. You concentrate on the pillar. The world around you swiftly falls away, leaving only the vast emptiness of the in-between. The Adra and a multitude of golden threads undulating off into the distance. For a second time, you gather the threads in your mind and bind them together, forming a solid tether that ripples out toward its distant anchor. Again, a crack sounds from the terminus. Your consciousness is violently pulled along the cord. You are prepared for the sensation this time, but are still disoriented when you come to a sudden stop. You find yourself standing behind a familiar Titanic statue as it trudges through invisible waters. Standing at Eothas' shoulder, your soul is dwarfed by the massive god's form. Energy pulses along the tether, each wave feeding the Adra's movements. He stops. His head cranes behind him, again accompanied by the sound of stone shearing and buckling. His eyes rest upon you. He does not reach for the cord, but considers you for a long span of silence before speaking.
Your first attempt to contact me was brave. This second attempt, is it born out of desperation or something else? Why do you continue to follow me, Watcher of Cat Nua?
I want to know what you're doing.
Many Kith would like to know the gods' designs. Why is it so important to you?
If I can tell Barath what you're doing, it will be ransom paid for my soul.
That is a cruel bargain, to be a god's pawn.
I serve Barath gladly.
And you do so knowing how we came to be.
Aethys becomes silent. You can sense his presence advancing back along the cord between you. His energy flows over your hand. Tendrils of light probing into the air around you. They poke and prod at the silent lost souls hovering in your vicinity.
You are in a unique position. In spite of the work of the Leaden Key and Hand Occult, you have seen through our facade. You know the god's true nature. Without the benefit of your knowledge, few mortals would be willing to accept the true history of their gods. After all, we weren't. The last time I walked Aora, I made a mistake in not revealing my true purpose. I believe you would understand it better than most.
I'm honored.
Yes, I will tell you. But this is not the time. As I take this body farther from the lighthouse, the tether grows weaker, and I have already tarried too long. Soon this link will unravel completely. If I have not reached my destination when that happens, I will need to pull more souls from your world.
Where are you going? I will meet you there.
The edges of Aethys' massive form blur and dissolve. The huge figure retreats from you. As it moves, the tether begins to rapidly unravel. As Aethys speaks, his voice sounds garbled, fragmented, and distant.
If you would know more, find me at the Ashen Maw in Margren's Teeth. I must rest there before I begin my final work. When I leave that place, you will not be able to follow. Before I go, I should return some of this to you. I still have need of the great power of your soul, but I can spare you this portion.
A pulse of energy moves back along the golden cord toward you. It feels familiar, comforting, even before it contacts you. The energy washes over you, flooding you with feelings and memories you had thought long forgotten until they settle back into the cracks of your soul. And then the tether and cord snap, Aethys' figure evaporating into dust that mingles with the endless gray expanse. Heat rushes over you, and the uncomfortable sensation of the Audra Pillar's presence cuts off. The gloom of the in-between is pierced by the light of the living world. You are back in the lighthouse, no longer dim. The luminous Audra beside you is filled with warmth and light.
Nice, we got some links back from old boy. The Naga stare at the glowing Audra, their diamond pupils wide. Sugan turns his gaze to you, his body in a cautious half-coil.
Long have we kept peace with the sand-striped people. But then, the foreign ones came and spread, killed our people, built their hives everywhere.
Your type weren't exactly accommodating.
We were sure the Godwalker came to cast them out, that driving them away was a holy mission.
Curiosity and consternation simmer in his eyes. The gods have bigger concerns than our feuds. We must learn to live together.
But on whose terms?
His tail flicks in irritation.
We must go. I know not what this means, but our brethren should hear of it.
Not an option, Snake. Bet you were keeping count of how many good soldiers you fanged.
Maya narrows her eyes and draws her weapon. And he owes us. A debt is more useful than blood.
Captain?
Maya turns to you, her right eye twitching. Pace yourself. We've more important fights ahead of us.
Aye, aye, sir.
Aloth tenses fingers and smiles. Gritting her teeth, Maya secures her weapon and stands down, her fists balled at her sides.
You show us something new today, Shuffler. Thank you for this, and for your mercy.
He presses something into your palm before departing. We got a strand of favor. What does it do? Bonus to intellect. Award minus 10 hostile effect duration and bonus beneficial effect duration. Not bad. All right, we got some people that leveled up. Maya is having some problems. She looks like she wants to talk about it. We'll get into that soon enough. That totem is I might have to bust that totem up. I don't like it being there. Yeah, okay, that totem got bust up. Very good. Gonna walk around and explore a little bit.
I'll handle that.
Sun bombs. What are the sisters like in Vegas? Well, hell, I guess dating-wise, it's gonna be possibly gonna be interesting if the black folks be up here looking at you suspect because you from out of town. You have to see how that works. 5 damage from area of effect attacks. Ooh, that could be useful. All right, let's get out of here. I get out of here and I'm gonna talk to Maya and level up Aloth. And the snake people are leaving, so that's good.
Don't let the door hit your scaly behinds on the way out.
Hands cupped to the sides of her mouth, Jody yells. So let's see.
Captain, a word?
Maya nods to grab your attention. What's on your mind, soldier?
You've spoken to Aethys, which means you know what we're up against.
Hmm?
If the fleet sailed up to him and fired every cannon at once, I imagine we'd have a fighting chance at taking a chip off his kneecap. There's no stopping him, is there?
Who says we need to stop him?
If that's a joke, it's a poor one.
She sighs away some of her tension, rolling her shoulders and crackling her neck.
I suppose there's a certain appeal to recognizing the inevitable. We don't have to waste our breath trying to stop it.
Care to elaborate on that?
It reminds me of the first time I shot to kill.
Okay, that's a good note, Miss Lisa. Altered Nexus, salute, welcome back to the stream. You got your coffee, you got your beans. I have to hear this.
There he stood, a pirate captain barking orders from the forecastle. Out of everyone's range but mine.
Maya holds up her hand to frame a distant spot.
The wind toyed with us. I took aim, never thinking I'd make the shot, but then I felt this awareness, like someone out there was aiming me. A cannon blast took me by surprise. I squeezed off a shot, expecting it to fly wide, but the bullet took my target between his eyes.
She traces a circle over her brow.
I don't know if Bareth kicked open a door or the Sky Mother held my hand, but that man was meant to die. I've got that same feeling now. Better or worse, I know that Aothis is meant to succeed.
Time will tell if Aothis getting what he wants is good for the rest of us.
Hope I didn't take the wind out of your sail. Whether or not we can change anything, at least we can say we were there. That's more than most people get.
I had some questions. Hey, you got those 2 new hard drives? Nice. So you got all the space now, huh?
I've got some answers.
Let's be off. All right, let's level up Aloth. Real quick. Fighter. That's a simple level. All right, we are done in this zone, so we can go ahead and depart. Actually, before I leave, I will holler at these folks that were hiding and let them know they should be able to leave. I think that's where they were.
With my god again, weren't you?
When the captain goes all starry-eyed like that, the crew starts to ask questions.
I was rather hoping someone else would bring that up.
It's strange, feeling part of my soul in the body of a god. Jody frowns thoughtfully.
If we had some idea of where Aothis is headed next, maybe we could prevent a repeat of this.
Aothis is heading to a place called Margaret's Teeth.
If his goal is to bathe his nethers in molten rock, I'm in no hurry to stop him.
All right then, let's do this.
Jody cracks her knuckles, eager. Gotta find where all them folks are holed up at. I think it might be right here.
Scale-bellied cowards! I knew they'd run! Look at our beacon. Even the Colossus couldn't destroy it. And those snakes aren't so tough now, are they?
She looks up at the lighthouse, giddy with relief. You underestimate the dangers before. It would be unwise to do so again.
Of course.
She nods, but she's still staring up at the lighthouse.
We'll rebuild bigger and better, with reinforced walls and extra cannons. Our engineers will make this place truly impregnable.
She finally turns to you.
The Hansanui will want to thank you personally for your help here, and she should also know what we're up against.
She eyes the dawn stars and the crater's footprint. Where can I find the Hansanui?
She's usually at the Brass Citadel in Nekataka, though she gets called to the palace often, haggling with the Queen and the Valians.
Actually, I'm headed to Morgan's Teeth.
Looking for a real challenge after what you did to those scale bellies?
She laughs, a brittle edge creeping back into her voice.
The only thing I know about the place is it's supposedly made of fire, and no one's ever come back from it.
She swallows, fear making hollows of her eyes.
But anything can be overcome.
She smiles grimly. Farewell.
Clear skies.
She crosses her forearms over her chest. Who else out here? Just her? See if anybody else is in. Another faceless den is in, avoiding a den of thieves. Nope. Rad scorpions and raiders spell the end of unwary citizens as rough times caps to buy supplies. Forces you outside, ain't no run and hide. Let's see, burn.
Not much of a mood to talk, if you don't mind.
Everybody's just kind of recovering. Well, let us go, let us go, let us roll, let us go. I think I'm gonna head back to Nekataka, talk to the Hansanui, see if we can get some more XP. I'm up here trying to scrape up XP where I can get it. Whoa, this don't look right. We are surrounded by Deadfire Company ships. What the hell is happening right now? I'm gonna act like I don't see any of this, and I'm gonna head to Nekataka. We're gonna pilot out here looking the other way. That's how that's going. Yeah. Asongo is a mound of wreckage on the horizon when you see a dozen junks sailing toward you. Even at this distance, you can tell they are making good speed. One of the ships pulls up alongside yours, and a well-dressed armored man approaches this edge of the deck. You do not recognize him, but he grins cryptically at you. Timely of you to show up, boss. I was just scribbling down my daily report. Maya folds her arm and nods across the gap. I'm afraid it will have to wait until I return to the Brass Citadel. He nods at Maya. I'm Atsura, Grand Secretary of the Royal Deadfire Company and Special Emissary of the Ragna Nui of Ratai. He nods, but his gazing towards Asongo with a peculiar smile. The Adra beacon, visible even here, shines brightly. Nekataka is abuzz with the praise of your deeds. I'm glad to meet you at last. What is this about? I want to extend the thanks of the Royal Deadfire Company for what you've done here. He raises one hand towards the Adra beacon. You've restored a valuable asset. Whether or not that was your intention, he gives a quick, sly smile. The others at the palace will want to hear of this, no doubt, and you may as well take credit while the deed is fresh. I'm just gonna say nothing. I don't want to tell them what I'm up to. Damn it, I pushed the wrong button by mistake. It's as though a cold wind has blown over the deck. At the mention of Magran's teeth, the Rautan soldiers stare at you in shock and horror. Those who are not frozen with their mouths agape are whispering fearfully amongst themselves. Atsura silences them with an unbearable glare. He turns back to you with a brutal smile that does not reach his eyes. Forgive my compatriots. Magran's teeth is a volcanic chain along the northeastern edge of Deadfire. It is also among the most treacherous places in the archipelago. He casts a glance back at the anxious sailors. The waters around it are patrolled by giants said to be born of Magran's own volcanoes. Even our well-armed ships do not venture there. He tilts his head in apology. But I suspect Queen Onkaza could direct you to the Ashima if you are set on going there. All the more reason to visit her palace. He smiles cryptically. Go to Serpent's Crown in Nekataka, and later, come and see me at the Brass Citadel. I am always eager to forge relationships with such resourceful individuals. At any rate, I have much to attend to, and it seems you do as well. Clear skies, Captain Tamir. Atsura nods as his crew makes ready to sail once more. So Brass Citadel and... Oh man, we're running out of resources.
You blink and find yourself standing in the knee-high grass of an endless field, with the day just falling into dusk. Then, the earth falls away. The wind ceases, and you are sent tumbling up into the dark of the sky.
Watcher.
The voice of the Pallid Knight shakes the earth at your feet. You have returned to Bareth's realm, your soul once more called to attend the wishes of the God of Death.
He bows.
Once again, you have spoken with the Child of Light. Tell me what you have learned.
He makes his way for Magran's teeth.
Intriguing.
The Pallid Knight stares past you, pensive.
While attend, tell me what your many eyes perceive.
Her words ring out, and a heavy silence descends. In the silence breaks the murmur of countless voices. They speak all at once in languages both known and unknown to you. In the space beside Bareth, an eye blinks open, followed fast by several more. They are round, keen eyes of Kith, the slit eyes of snakes, the small, dark marbles of birds, the bulbous lanterns of deep-sea fish.
Here we are.
A figure walks through the cloud of eyes as one might step through a door. It is an Orlan, then a pale elf, an ocean human, a Naga. Each of them eyeless. They are Wal.
Wow. God of secrets, revelations, illusions, cryptography, obfuscations, perception, dreams, and visions. Wal is, in and of itself, a mystery, with no consistent form or gender. Its followers revel in the acts of creating and unraveling mysteries.
This is the first interesting thing to happen in ages, and we do so love a riddle.
The figure wears an Amawa's grin, and the many voices beneath its own titter.
I say nothing.
We see between the strings of the world, and Eothas is there, strumming them like a lute. His tongue is still, yet he sings of a coming joy. What tune he plays, we do not know. It is complex, ever-shifting. One moment vibrating in harmony, the next in discord.
A man strides through the door to Bareth's realm. Behind him lope wolves with lolling tongues, and jungle cats whose long tails twitch with every step. Galawain, the changeling, arrives, and he brings with him the wild heart of Aora's untamed places.
Galawain, god of the hunt, assassins, pursuit, wilderness, and predatory creatures, sometimes thought to take the form of a fur-clad hunter of a great hound or of a great hound. Galawain favors the survival of the strong and the culling of the weak.
Fast on Galawain's heels, a small wave of seawater washes across the tiles. It pours off the edge of the platform and cascades down into the beyond. From out of the water rears a glowing lure, then the head of a gigantic fish. The round black eyes of Andra roll to meet yours.
Heard a lot about you.
Eothas is nothing if not resourceful. I admire his nerve.
In the changeling's voice, you hear the soft patter of rain on leaves and the rush of wind through treetops.
Aren't you worried?
No, he is a creature of the pack left long alone. Without our strength behind him, he is weak.
Well, these folks sound real damn sure of themselves. Every time they mention him, it's like he ain't shit. And this motherfucker, he doing something. All right, we'll see.
If his journey leads him back to us, he has proved himself worthy of return to the fold.
Eothas does not return to us. He returns to execute some grand plan. We must stop him.
Andra's voice
I'm not even
rises
talking
like a
sense.
tide, panic riding its crest.
Andra, goddess of oceans, forgotten things, loss, relentlessness, and mourning, said to have once fallen in love with the moon and to have tried to draw it near with catastrophic consequences. People bring tokens to her temple of things they wish to forget, and her clergy sects the tokens cast into the sea. And her clergy sees the tokens cast into
The doors lining the walls of Bareth's realm slam open in unison.
Bareth, god of death, cycles, doorways, mortality, and inevitability. The keeper of the cycle of life and death. Bareth is thought to seek to claim the lives of those who have lived past their time. According to folklore, Bareth is seen most often in the form of the Pallid Knight or the Usher, two skeletal characters who lead such people to their death by way of challenge or trickery.
Warped pieces of ancient armor and the remnants of discarded weapons roar through the doorways. They meet in the center of the room, in a shower of sparks, and form the vague figure of a man. Finally, a blacksmith's sledge hurtles past your shoulder, and the figure snatches it from the air. A man forged in metal stands before you. Twin flames ignite in his eyes, and a low rumble starts in his chest. He walks forward. With each halting, jerky step, you're assaulted with the unbearable screech of metal grinding upon metal.
We should destroy Eothas, that we might reforge him into something new, something stronger. He could be a weapon that all of us might wield.
Abaddon's words carry the heat of the forge. Behind them, you hear the clang and clatter of hammer on metal, and the hiss of just quenched steel.
Abaddon, god of golems, machines, industry, strength, hope, and aspiration. Favored most commonly upon the laboring class, the golem is thought to have once been able to take a human resembling form as most the other gods are, but then been somehow killed, only to forge himself back into existence inside the shell of an immense golem. Various accounts of his death exist, and none is considered definitive.
Abaddon speaks with wisdom.
The other gods don't seem too concerned.
He violates not their realms, but mine. I feel his urgency in every stamp of his feet along my spine. I will send tsunamis to slow him, if Mogren would stir the earth beneath Mogren's teeth.
The water at your feet recedes. Lava oozes up through the shallow water, and a woman made from the guts of the earth emerges. She settles her characteristic broadsword on her shoulder and sighs a cloud of smoke and ash. Mogren returns.
Mogren? Goddess of war, fire, transformation, purification, consumption, and trials. Patron goddess of the deer wood, thought to have blessed the Godhammer bomb that destroyed Waidwin and possibly Eothas. Mogren was, they talked a lot about Mogren in part 1.
In the age when our steps carved valleys across the face of Aora, our bodies were impervious to all but the strongest attacks.
Well, there was a disciple of Mogren in your team in the first one.
I doubt fire and water will be enough to stop him. But I will bear down upon Eothas with all the heat and fury of the earth. If I must.
There must be another way to stop him.
The death of thousands now could prevent the death of millions later.
A difficult calculus, but a logical one as well.
The deep, bellowing cry of an aurochs shakes the ground beneath your feet. The cry drones on and on, a moan without end. Wal's many eyes squeeze shut. Andra slips back beneath her waves. Mogren dissipates in a swirling cloud of steam. Galawain's beasts cower and whine.
Welcome back, welcome back. Got that coffee and that homemade zucchini bread on deck. Yes, let's go.
Only the pallid night stands impassive.
My end comes to all things in time. Should Eothas care to hasten the inevitable, I welcome his efforts.
What could Eothas possibly gain by destroying Eora?
Eothas seeks a slate wiped clean. Freedom from the endless revolutions of Barath's wheel. The final emancipation of the countless stolen mortal lives the gods hoard within themselves.
Barath's wheel, also known as the Wheel of Life and Death, or simply the Wheel. Barath's wheel is a metaphorical concept used to describe the collective churning of souls as they leave their bodies upon death, exit the world through pillars of Audra, and then are reborn in new bodies.
The child of light will not choose the hour of my death.
Mogren tests the edge of her broadsword with a smoldering finger.
He sows chaos in his longing for a radiant dawn. So much will be lost in the cacophony of fear his actions inspire.
The crack of thunder rends the air. The gods fall silent.
We can wait no longer to act. Speak with him, Watcher.
Discover what it is he plans.
Say nothing.
Water begins to creep across the floor. It swells, runs swiftly, and catches at your ankles. You scrabble at the tiles, but it's no use. The current's pull drags you off the edge of Gareth's realm and into the fathomless beyond. You splash down in water so dark you can't see the bottom. Then, the water recedes, gone like a dream upon waking. The hard wood of your cabin's floor presses against your spine. The gods are gone, but you remain.
Everybody tripping on Aelthus. Aelthus coming for that butt. Coming to kick that back in. I mean, I say that. Well, nobody knows what Aelthus's designs are, so not to see. Yeah.
I'm all ears. Tell me what's on your mind.
How is it you came to be a worshipper of Gorn more so than of Aelthus?
My folks, you might say they're not your typical Aethasians. Sure, they cling to the light more than the darkness. But the war, it touched my family. And it changed them. Killed some. Not that I remember firsthand.
She sniffs.
The others toughened, turned survivors. That much I saw with my own eyes, even years later.
Are there others like you, other Gornites out there?
Of course. Though we're few and spread out. Most don't keep to temples. Soul shepherding requires travel. My aunt's the one who taught me about the cycle of life and death. How everything happens in stages. Whether forwards or backwards, from seed to rot to rebirth again, it's all just states of existence and balance. See? That's how I first learned about the slice of Gorn within Aethys.
She grins big, confident and happy.
After that, I read all the doctrines of Gorn. Anything and everything I could get my hands on.
Gorn. Gorn is an aspect of Aethys associated with death and harvests. His implements are symbolically important. The sickle reaps what is sowed in life, and the lantern guides the deceased down their intended path of death and rebirth. It is generally believed that Gorn, instead of Barath's avatars, visits those who embrace death with an acceptance and understanding. His most fervent devotees are known as harvesters of Gorn. Gorn is an answerer of wrongs and imbalances. This has contributed no small part to Deerwood's enthusiasm for vigilante justice. Popular regard for Gorn is polarizing. He is appreciated, feared, and characterized by a grim sense of finality. Such as?
The 12 books of Nearwith, plus the epistles from the minor prophets. A lot of them aren't a part of today's canonization, but that doesn't mean they're wrong.
She crosses her arms over her chest, expressions pinched.
It's tradition for the youngest born to take up the priesthood of Aethys. Well, I did it in my own way.
What happened to your family?
They died.
Jody lifts her gaze to stare you directly in the eyes, unflinchingly. Care to elaborate on that?
No, Watcher. I really don't.
She shakes her head, breaking the contact. Her lowered lashes shadow the tops of her cheeks.
Not at this time. Maybe not ever.
I'm sorry for your loss. For the space of several heartbeats, she looks as if she might cry, face scrunched from the stab of visible pain. But then she swipes a dirty hand beneath her nose, and the emotion vanishes completely.
Feeling Feeling sorry never made a lick of difference for me. But I thank you all the same.
I get the feeling you don't really fit in with the other Dawn Stars.
I guess it's the nature of light to want to best the darkness. But you can't have balance like that.
Head downcast, she thumbs the edge of her sickle thoughtfully.
And it's not like night and death are bad things.
Aren't they, though?
Oh, no use in fearing what's natural. Life isn't one long line. It's cyclical. You gotta shed the old to become the new.
Her head shakes. Let's speak of something else.
No need to fiddle-foot around. I'm listening.
How are you feeling? Have you suffered any recent nightmares?
It calls to me. My duty and my God. It knows. I got a wildness in my blood, Watcher. No need to fiddle-foot around. I'm listening.
That's all for now.
Sure thing, Watcher.
Okay, let's see. I talked to her. I feel like some of that was some new conversation. Talk to Pelagina.
I would not have guessed I would find myself back with the Watcher of Katnua, much less at the Order of Akanta.
Her expression fluctuates between amusement and annoyance.
I heard about your arrival in Queen's Birth, but I didn't believe it until Kanta Nichese called on me. Perhaps this time will go better for both of us. You only have to ask.
Can you tell me more about what happened after we defeated Taos?
After we parted ways, I returned to the Republics and reported to the Duke's Bells. I failed to complete my mission and had no excuses. The Republics had lost a golden opportunity to trade with the Glanfathens, and the Dukes were furious. They exiled me from the Brotherhood, scoured the suns from my breastplate, put me on a ship to Red Ceres. Diverus, I was lucky to escape with my life. I worked as a guard. Caravans, ships, wealthy merchants. I did not discriminate. After my exile, both my purpose and my pride were gone. The years have taken me from the Eastern Reach to the Deadfire. Some would say it is fate that has brought us together again, Watcher. But you must already know what I think. It is just luck. Time will tell if it is good or ill.
What's your opinion on what's happening with Eothas?
Well, even if he has taken a special interest in you, I doubt he is any less mad than I predicted. And I doubt Bareth and the other gods will consider your debt to them fulfilled. Merla, all of it. But this is just the same as before, no? The gods are playing their games and leaving us to settle the wager. We need to find a way to turn the tables on them, you and I. Diverus.
Diverus. Valiant expression of questioning or confirmation. Roughly translates to really or seriously. How do you like the Deadfire so far?
Where I am assigned is of no concern to me. But I do think the Deadfire can be profitable for the Republics. If the Dukes need me here, I am glad to serve them.
How are you?
Shoti.
She rolls her golden eyes and waves her hand dismissively.
She is a child in thought, a child in action. If she wants to live in a fantasy, that is her choice. But she is so easily wounded by ideas counter to her own. Are Red Serens truly so sheltered? Whatever her problems are, they are hers. If she insists on trying to make them mine, she will end up hurt in more than one way.
Farewell. Dowdy the pimp. Alright, let me see. Austin Tennant.
What are we standing around for?
I definitely want to get to know that fella. He is interesting. That's gonna be one of my next crew members that I'm rolling with as soon as I can finish some of these storylines out with some of the folks in my squad right now. Probably, definitely Maya. Once I finish Maya's quest lines up, I'm gonna swap her out for Constantinin. And I might even swap Jody out for, well, Jody's one of my strongest healers, so I may not be able to get rid of her right yet. Who else is out here?
I join crew. Who worthless now, Arkamir?
Your orders, Captain?
Ahoy, Captain. What can I do you for?
I glimpsed your thoughts when Romaro told us about the sorcerer and its slaves.
I espy a lurking question, Cap.
Were you a slave?
His small frame expands as he inhales deeply, then deflates with a long sigh through his nostrils.
I were born into slavery, Cap. I never knew no father save Romaro and don't much remember my mother. I do remember the day they tore me from her arms. Her screams. Kind of thing that leaves a mark. It'd have been one thing if I was purchased for labor, to lift or farm or fix or what do you have. But they bought me to fight, threw me in a fucking pit, set me against other slaves.
How'd you go from the slave pit to the sea?
They transported me twixt one pit and the next by ship. And they would set me swabbing decks.
He massages one palm with a furred thumb.
One eve, the sorcerer fell upon him sneaking up in the sunset. When blades were drawn, I availed myself of one. Found myself a little justice. Romaro brought me aboard the sorcerer. The rest of the story's old.
Who else is out here? Nobody. All right, looks like we can depart. Oh, you know what? Let me make sure I pull some fluid water out. Something that my folks can drink, because it looks like we're getting low on drinks. I'm gonna have to buy some more when I get to the mainland. Get to port.
A colorful parrot alights on the railing of your ship. A missive bound to its leg bears the sigil of the Kahanga tribe. Let's read it.
Queen Onizaka's missive.
Captain Tamir, it would be my honor to host the savior of Hasango at the Kahanga Palace. Nekataka is a city for Hawana and outsiders alike. There is no shortage of work for Kith who are determined to be as useful as you. Should you have the stamina for a good climb, the palace atop Serpent's Crown could be your second home. Think on it.
Well, that's where we're headed. We're actually headed to see her. And let's go by the Brass Citadel first. Ooh, I guess the Imperial Command. Let's try that. I don't know exactly where to.
You hear someone call out to your attention.
For your attention.
You're wandering through the streets when a man approaches you, cutting through the crowd. You've never seen him, but the look of his eye suggests that he recognizes you. Watcher, let me through. A metal folk man emerges from the crowd, red-faced and wild-haired.
He pays no mind to the irritated pedestrians glowering at him. His bright eyes are fixed on you. You're looking fervent as always, Letherin. Oh, you're looking fervent as always, Letherin. Jody juts her chin in brusque greeting. In response, the missionary puffs out a breath. Suppose that was a compliment coming from you. Indeed, I strive to follow the light in godliness. Of course it was. I mean, why wouldn't it be? Jody's words speak to innocence, but her grin is too rough, too wolfish. Then allow me to return the gesture. I'd say you seem darker than usual, Harvester. It shrouds you. All that death and heresy. Reckon I'll hold my tongue from now on, Jody immediately bristles. Ignoring her hard scowl, Letharin resettles his gaze on you. You're the one what saw the miracle when the Otis rose at Skaednua. Awe and conviction quivering in his voice. You must be Letharin. You left Hasango just before Eothas arrived. I knew it. Our paths were meant to cross. Our people talk highly of you. It's no wonder Eothas chose you to witness his return. That's why I'm hoping you can help. The tiniest flicker of doubt dances across his face. He banishes it with a deep breath and launches into a tale. I've been having strange dreams, a wheel that spins and spins. An orchard of koki trees, each grown from the fallen fruit of the last. He scratches at his whiskered chin. Then, the spokes of the wheel break apart. The trees stop growing. Fruit falls and rots until the group is covered with festering, stinking pulp. Why are you telling me? He takes a deep breath. In these dreams, I also see you at the center of the wheel, in the middle of the orchard. You were there when Eothas rose, and you seem to follow every place he's been. He works his mouth into a fretful pout as he gets to the crux of his concerns. Eothas has always meant rebirth and redemption. But so much death follows in his wake. Both of the saints war, and now here, again. His wide eyes are full of questions. Death and rebirth are part of the same cycle. You can't have one without the other. But, like this? So chaotic, so violent. He shakes his head. My people followed Eothas to war once. I wonder sometimes if we failed him when we lost, or if we did that the moment we laid hand on the blade. Please, you've seen more than anyone. You've got to have some idea what it all means and how we make sense of it. The Dawn Stars have survived because of the community they formed. You don't need Eothas for that. Never thought of it that way. You came out there to help your family. That is definitely an honorable pursuit, Miss Lisa. That's another story I have to tell you later. Gotcha. Lithara nods, letting this sink in. I won't keep you when you've given me a lot to think about. Thank you. He turns away and allows himself to melt into the crowd. And that was an interesting little bit. What the hell? It's like they started me all the way over. Hold up. Damn, I forgot where the hell I was going now. Oh, I had to get to town first, I think. Oh, I was traveling somewhere before they stopped me. All on that boy. I think I was going to the Brass Citadel. The Imperial Command, that's right. I have my kids in an online public school, not distance learning, an actual online public. That's actually pretty dope. That's cool as hell, Altered Nexus. I like that. Man, I tell you, I really, really wish I had, when the time comes anyway, I really hope that I have a way where I can effectively, if not directly homeschool, but, you know, try to, damn, I was hearing about a program, damn it, I forgot the name of it, that I meant to research, which I believe is like a homeschool. It's like a homeschool program. I forgot the name of it though. And people were saying some positive stuff about it. But long before we got into this pandemic thing, homeschooling was something that was heavy or always on my mind when considering children. All right, now I gotta figure out, let me... Atsura is in the Brass Citadel. I think that's who I'm going to see, Atsura in the Brass Citadel. All right, let me see if I can find that name. Oh no, Hawazani, there we go.
You look like you've come with a purpose.
Your grandson's a homeschool, he's in Connections Academy, gotcha. They are finished schools, okay. I figure I probably got another year or two, well, maybe another two or 3 years before my son needs to go to any kind of school. I say I will hope I'm in a way where I can be there. Gotta be hands-on. Have you guys ever tried to get your child's records, their personal records, before the next school year? I hear that that's a thing you want to consider doing if they go to public school specifically. I guess even if they online, where you can request their records so you can see what the teachers be writing about them, because apparently some of them teachers be on some bullshit and you don't know it unless you get them records. I don't know if y'all ever heard of that, or I mean not teachers being on bullshit, but heard of the records where the teachers can write their comments on the child's but that's accessible to the parents if they request it. Let's see, you look like you've come with a purpose. What was all that black powder at Hasongo? A look of surprise passes over her face. She tries to cover it with a grunt.
Notice that, did you? Saltpeter is one of our chief resources at Ratai, and we believe in putting resources to use.
Are you a substitute teacher, so you know all about it? So what, you just go up to like the office and be like, I want my my child's what is it, just personal files? Like is there a specific name of those documents? Because I guess each, like those are like the combination of all the things the teacher wrote about the child for that year that they're going to get to the next, that the next teachers will have access to, so they can learn about your child before they even meet them.
Now you can see why we didn't want the Valians nosing around our fort.
Oh, that's it? That's all? Okay. Let me look at my journal again. Where the hell is Atsura? Now I gotta look it up. This is the biggest issue with this game, is if you don't know where some of these people are located, they don't give you any. Oftentimes they give you no idea where some of these people are that they trying to get you to go link back up with. So I gotta go online and type in his name. She's in the Royal. And even some of these fucking, even some of these damn wikis be so vague. God, dog. The Brass Citadel. Where? Outside the Imperial Command. So it's outside. I need to go outside. Anything else going on in here? Okay, I still need to go to that observatory. All right, let's get out of here. Although I do want to check and see what this is all about. I couldn't even think of the word, but yeah, his transcripts. Okay. Just go to the school and ask for them. Okay. Okay.
Good to see you again. I really wish I could. Maybe if you impress her or Atsura, they could make an exception.
Okay, they ain't selling me nothing yet. I'm gonna go holler at Atsura. Don't let them give you no BS. Run around. Okay. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Oh, so bizarre how the schools sometimes just be so against you. But then again, like when it comes to the racial aspect of it, that's a whole cottage industry right there. But you would think it would be different in an all-black school. So, I don't know. They start playing with you, stand in the office and call the school district themselves and then talk to the supervisor of the principal. Everything gets straightened out right after that. Oh, or the principal. Gotcha. And so the transcripts would have the commentaries they have on the kids in there.
So you fell for all of Natehi's flowery talk of cultural pride.
Tamura crosses her arms. Natehi has her principles. You do not.
I hope your time on Nekataka as the Juana-loving errand runner is profitable. Now get out of here. We're done.
Well, fuck you do, bitch.
Will your mighty fortress protect you from the Audra Colossus?
Much better than wooden huts, my friend.
You cannot stand against such a force. You can only flee it.
My hands are feeling better. It's my pride that's still sore.
She glowers at her burned hands. I'm still looking for an experienced cannoneer. Will you join my crew? She looks you up and down, considering your offer.
You know, I've heard stories about you. People around Nekataka seem to think a lot of you.
Okay.
I could probably use the good influence, especially with the way my last posting ended.
See, your little boy was speech impaired, the school that he went to, but just because he couldn't talk, he wasn't going to be able to tell me. I put a stop to that within a month, pulled them out, got some attitude from the principal, and then moved on. Also, the principal no longer has a job. Whoa, that's what's up. Thanks to me. Don't play with me or my child. So they was doing bull crap to him, and they figured because he can't talk, we wouldn't know, huh?
I'll see you on board, Captain.
She crosses her forearms in salute to you, then makes a rude gesture at the rest of the district. All right, we got us a new crew member. I still have not found the person I was looking for. They didn't know you thought in sign language. You taught him the spoken sign language. That's what's up. Nice.
Soon the tales reach our ears of Aeton's wrath reborn. Tried it through the sea and surf.
I'm still trying to find this person.
Where are the walls? The artillery?
The Juana have a paradise.
So my boys can sign language, speak Spanish, and some Arabic. Wow. Nice. And that's, I definitely promote that. Multiple languages. Our kids definitely need to know at least 2. Come on now. Gotta have more than English out here. You forgot to add in Japanese. There you go. What the hell? This person's supposed to be out here somewhere. Let me read this bull crap again. Inside the Imperial Command. Inside the Imperial Command. Okay, so that's where I was messing up. Let me go back. They speak 2 languages. Including English, or 2 languages outside of English? Nice, Buddhist, okay. One of your daughters speaks 3. Nice. He's a weapon master. Maybe they're in the lower command.
It's impossible to cheat at Hazatoa.
He acts like he's gonna do one thing, then he does something else.
That's called strategy. And don't you work for Atsura?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. At Sora, where you at?
I'll take care of this.
Almost like I've never been in here. Huh. The man behind the desk regards you with attentive, unblinking eyes and a perfectly open expression. His smooth features make it hard to pinpoint his age, though the crinkles at the corners of his eyes suggest he is not especially young. He cocks his head, taking your measure. He pauses before speaking, just a little longer than seems normal. When he finally does, he crosses his forearms over his chest and gives you a slow, exquisitely courteous nod. The whole gesture is so perfectly choreographed that it seems he must have practiced it many times.
Watcher Nui, the hero of Hasongo. I'm pleased you've taken me up on my invitation.
He gives you a sleek half smile that reveals a row of perfect pointed teeth. In his careful stare and the pause before he speaks, you recognize that he's studying you.
Nekataka is full of boastful tongues and bold claims, but none have accomplished what you managed at Hasongo.
This is the part where you tell me what I can do for the Royal Deadfire Company, right?
You are most canny, but I think we can do plenty for each other.
His eyes shine with interest. He blinks, perhaps for the first time since your conversation began.
Rawatai has long maintained trade interests in the region.
He gives you that unusually placid smile again.
While our homeland is rich in saltpeter, the violent climate and rocky soils make it a poor source for most other basic staples. It's my business to look after the mainland's interests here.
He spreads his hands wide to include his rather plain, dim office. Do those interests include Luminous Adra?
That is Avalian frivolity. Leave it to them to observe a substance that occurs nowhere else on Aora and immediately set about pulverizing it for profit.
A ripple of distaste passes over his features. They are also using it to advance the science of animacy.
For now. But what will ultimately win out? The Valians' drive for innovation or their hunger for wealth? Besides, we know too little about Luminous Adra to understand the consequences of ripping it out.
He pauses and considers you.
Your recent adventure at Poko Kahara has illuminated a curious link between Luminous Adra and the weather. We'd long suspected something unnatural was behind the storms, but we had little evidence.
The smile playing at his lips is that of a man who's seen the next 3 moves in a game of Hazantra. That's Toa, actually. Rauatai is plagued with terrible storms. You think there may be a connection?
Yes. If the storms that assail Rauatai have a similarly unnatural origin, then perhaps they too can be stopped. And if that's the case, then there's more work to be done. Work that you might be able to help with.
Another silence passes as he regards you.
After all, somebody has to keep the peace in these tumultuous times, no?
He smiles, showing you all of his pointed teeth.
In any case, Hazanui Karu has a matter that could use your help. Her office is on the main floor behind the large double doors. It's most conspicuous.
He frowns a little. Maya has business with you.
Indeed. I hope we return victorious.
He turns to her with a bold, almost confrontational stare. A look that seems to mirror her own.
It's done in any case. I'll leave you to decide what victory means.
Atsura, care to explain what you've been up to?
Maya has been assisting with plans to work toward peace in some of the more tumultuous parts of Deadfire.
Ah, okay. So there is definitely, it's more than a utility need for them to know sign. But definitely not a loss. Not a wasted thing to know for sure. That's a big boy. Damn.
Oh, peace to some.
Peace to all. One day.
He stares her down with a challenge in his eyes.
I'm certain Harama would agree. He's well, after all, thanks to your decisive action.
He cocks his head.
Twaha reports success and sends her thanks for your swift intervention. You have aided your countrymen with distinction. There is no higher honor to which a trencher may ascribe.
He tilts his head toward her, emphasizing his words.
But what of your own assignment?
You sent Maya to kill a man. He shifts his gaze to you.
For a most noble cause, I assure you.
He looks pained.
You've always been self-sufficient and resolute in purpose, Maya. It surprises me that you should discuss your orders so freely.
Cargo shifts on long journeys no matter how tightly you tie it down, sir.
At ease. When it comes down to it, I know you will always do what must be done.
He pauses, fixing her with his strange, unwavering gaze.
Rawatai values your service, as do I. And I can think of no better reward for the rough country's finest sharpshooter than a piece such as this.
He reaches below his desk for an abacus, which he presents to her with stiff formality.
I won't keep you. I know you both have plenty of business to attend to.
You seem different from the rest of the Royal Deadfire Company.
How do you mean that?
You are not a soldier.
Rawatai is composed of many types, but it's true, many here are soldiers and engineers, none of whom are especially diligent about paperwork.
He spreads his hands to encompass the scrolls on his desk and in the shelves behind him. All right. So, Aloth and Maya have conversation. Clearing her throat once and then again, Maya raises her eyes to yours when you glance over.
Oh, you wanted something, Captain?
Something on your mind.
You could say that. I'll go ahead and say it. You're halfway toward all right.
Maya purses her lips and appraises you up and down. Just halfway? Is that really all?
A captain is better than my usual slim pickings, which is a bunch of lore college dropouts playing sailor. Hypothetically speaking, I mean.
She clears her throat.
Have you ever... Dumb question, but here I go anyway.
Maya folds her arms and shifts her weight from one foot to the other.
You ever gotten close to someone, even though it just wasn't ordinary?
Well, a god stepped on me once.
Yeah, that about kicks the legs out from under ordinary, doesn't it? What I'm talking about is a scenario where a difference in rank can get in the way of enjoying shore leave.
Ah, you mean a tryst between captain and crew?
Yeah, that about covers it. I'm just testing the direction of the wind here. Best not to overthink it.
The winds are calm, but they've been known to shift unexpectedly.
As winds do.
She grins.
I've enjoyed that sort of arrangement before. Nothing to suggest I won't enjoy it again someday.
Maya plants her hands on her hip and smiles to herself. Hypothetically speaking, of course.
Naturally. It's all hypothetical here. Well, I've laid out my thoughts. You must have a couple.
Let me check something out. Here we go. Okay, huh. All right. I see. We gonna roll in. I like you, Maya. Let's see where this goes.
Be a pleasure, Captain.
The edges of Maya's mouth crack with a repressed smile.
Funny thing is that Ishii can get particular about people.
Maya glances down at her bird, hiding a tiny smile.
And when he doesn't take to someone, neither do I.
You're saying that someone would have to cozy up with your bird to...
Did I say that?
Maya folds her arms and raises her brow.
Not everyone's a bird lover. That's fine. Some days I can't stand another second of Captain Stinkfeathers. But Ishii and I are never parted for longer than a few breaths. Take that however you will.
Noted for future reference. First, I had some questions.
I've got some answers.
Let's be off. Alright, let's holler at Aloth. Hopefully his quest is coming up.
Great and terrible things are at work. And once again, you seem to be in the middle of it.
Aloth is twisting the edge of his sash between his hands, a purposeful frown on his face.
The Rauataians we passed will doubtless spread word of what you've done in Hasongo. But others will want to know what you've seen. They'll look to you for answers.
He watches you uncertainly, his brow furrowed. I have to report truthfully.
You make it sound so simple.
He spreads his hands in exasperation.
Don't you worry what will come next? What events you might move forward?
What is this really about, Aloth? He sighs, though through his nose, his lips pressed together.
It reminds me of the question that drew me to the Deadfire. The one I've been avoiding.
He rubs the back of his neck.
I promised to tell you what I was doing among the Animancers at Port Marge. As you may have guessed, I was observing them, gathering information on the various Animancy operations in the region.
I thought you were looking for a particular leaden key group.
Yes, and how better to draw them out. Animancy is a subject of particular interest to the leaden key. Through it, I hope to pick up the trail.
A spark of pleasure gleams in his eye. That's smart.
Merely a first step.
Still, his ears redden.
After that incident in Old Valia, I thought more about the leaden key and its particular composition.
Mostly lunatics in robes, as I recall.
Oh, very funny.
He gives you a sidelong glance, but the corners of his mouth turn up despite it.
It's existed for over 2,000 years. Say what you will about its motives and methods, but that's an impressive tenure.
He clasps his hands behind his back and begins pacing.
That's when I realized how short-sighted I'd been. To think I could change the leaden key without understanding how it works.
How the leaden key works? How would you learn about that?
By studying its origins, of course.
He pauses, long enough to show you a triumphant flash of teeth.
I found references to an ancient leaden key cabal in the Deadfire. Possibly one of the oldest, if accounts are credible. And they appear to have been working independently, without direct intervention from Theos, for almost 2 millennia.
He watches you eagerly, waiting for that to sink in. You think by observing them, you can learn how the leaden key works.
And how to reform it, yes. Most sources refer to them as the Painted Masks. But I haven't met anyone here who knows that name. I don't know where in the Deadfire they are exactly, but I was hoping we could look for them together.
He folds his hands, looking hopeful and a little sheepish. Don't worry, Aloth. I promise we'll find them, one way or another.
I believe you.
He smiles, but worry crinkles the corner of his eyes.
Anyway, there's daylight yet. I suppose that's enough from me.
All right, cool. So his quest has moved the next phase. Now let me go upstairs so I can talk to this lady. He eating out of house and home. That's some just a big family. Goodness. Your grandson is 5'8" and still growing. Hey, yeah, you got to catch up, huh?
Some of our best engineers and wizards are working at Sayuka. You should meet with them when you deliver Whitla's cargo.
Atsura said you needed my help.
There's an understatement.
She knocks the bowl of her pipe against her wooden hand.
The trouble in Hasango forced us to send additional ships back to Rawatai to make up for shortfalls.
What the heck? He's 5'8" and he's 12? And y'all come from the land of the damn giants, don't you?
We're due to collect a special shipment for delivery to our port at Sayuka. You used to deal regularly in trade goods, so you'll know how to handle yourself. We've contracted with a captain named Whitla.
A flicker of distaste passes across her face.
Meet her, complete the trade, and take the cargo to Sayuka. Fleet Master Okaya is overseeing the development of some special projects there.
She takes a thoughtful draw on her pipe as she looks at you, seemingly deciding what to say.
She's one of the brightest minds in Rawatai, and it shows. You two will get along.
Her amusement manifests in the barest lift of her eyebrow.
Most of her work is, or should be, under wraps for now. But perhaps she can give you a taste of what we have to offer.
What's the shipment?
It'll be easier for Okaya to explain.
You just gonna look up? Look up at him? God dang, get that back massage or that neck massage ready so your neck won't get sore from looking up. Whitla and her crew. Who are they?
Good sailors with a fast ship and no mind for questions.
She chomps a little harder on the bit of her pipe. They're smugglers.
Along with half the population of this storm-tossed archipelago.
She shakes her head. Why don't you send Wilda's crew to Sayuka? Her laugh sounds like a grunt.
Let's just say, I'm not keen to invite them to a port where we're developing experimental technologies.
Forget I asked.
Any other questions?
If it's important, I can handle it. What's next?
Whitla's agreed to meet our courier out at sea, away from the heaviest traffic.
She gestures on her map to the open water west of Nekataka.
This is her payment. We've already negotiated with her. Fleet Master Okaya will see to your compensation once you arrive with the cargo.
He watches you appraisingly.
This is the kind of job that's best completed quickly and quietly. I'm counting on your famous discretion. Clear skies.
Calm seas. All right, so we've kind of cleared up things. Let's exit, and then we'll check check the map and see we'll check the journal and see what's next. All right, pick up important shipments, meet Wilda at sea at the rendezvous location. Still got to keep Maya on the squad. And I need to go to barracks. Maya and Aloth remain on the team. Watch for signs of painted mask. I might drop old girl in favor of putting Constantine on the team. By old girl, I mean Jody. I might drop Jody for a little while because I don't have any other quests with her. Harbinger's Watch. I got both these characters I need to do stuff with, but all right. All right, let's get out of town, get out of Dodge. Go to the supply store. We need some supplies. Oh, I didn't want to buy that. Hold up. Water is not good. Here we go, lager. That's good. Captain's quarters. Do I already have one of them? I don't know. I'm about to buy one. Five meters in combat speed. I really don't do combat like that, so that don't make no difference. All right, I'm gonna buy that, but I will also see if I can sell some of this stash. Silver bells. Get rid of this. Naga coral bows. Get rid of all of them. Let's go. That's good. That's a good trade. All right, we got a bunch of beer. All right, let's see what else. Oh, that's everything. All right. Depart by... Oh, no. I forget. I need to go to Serpent's Crown. And to... I believe I was being summoned to Kahanga Palace, but before I need to double check that to be sure. Yeah, Kahanga Palace. All right. Go holler at them out there in Kahanga. Yo, Maya trying to holler at the brother. We're boyfriend, girlfriend now, apparently. All right.
You return intact. Nagato
Nagati is not always kind to those who travel upon her domain.
Onikaza touches her brow and nods.
My brother speaks of your journey from Motare Okozi. Mostly, he mourns the loss of his expedition.
Onikaza looks out on the city and sighs through her nose.
Scholars pore over your findings as if a charcoal rubbing could build a bridge to Ukaizo. I have learned to restrain my optimism. A messenger from the jaws of Tangaloa speaks with the voice of wisdom and change, I say.
She raises her brows at you.
It is fitting that yours should be the voice that tells of Hasongo's fate. What did you see there?
Some Naga occupied the colony after Ilthus drained the Adra. I let them live.
The snakes are on edge. Where comes this new boldness?
Onikaza thumbs her chin and narrows her eyes.
Far be it for me to complain if they make trouble for outsiders.
There is awareness to her, thoughts that she doesn't bother to hide.
What of Aethys? If you know why he terrorizes the Deadfire, speak on.
The queen nods. He makes for Mogren's teeth, but I believe that's only a waypoint. Tapping her chin, Onikaza nods and weighs the matter. At length, her even expression spreads into a pleased and knowing smile.
If Aethys makes for Magren's teeth, I say the Rathun will grind him to dust for the praise of their warrior matron.
Her brow rises with interest.
Even if they fail, it will be an enemy cleared from my plate. This is the gratitude of Nagati, I say.
Rathun?
The fiery children of Magren devoted to their mother with a fanatic zeal. Bothersome, but the least of my troubles now. From Port Mage to Hasongo to Magren's teeth, Aethys follows a rich vein of Adra. It takes him northeast to more interesting territory. In the deepest memory of the tribes, we have told stories of Magren's teeth. Embellished sailors' fables, Akira, but not without some truth. My people speak of treacherous seas, lakes of fire, and the ancient warriors hammered to life on Magren's anvil.
Onikaza props her chin on her fist and looks you up and down.
Ashen Maw is the grandest and most accessible of the peaks. It is the sharpest tooth in Magren's jaw. Prepare yourself for a fight.
Any chance of support ships to accompany boarding death?
Akira, would that our resources were not so entangled in other parts. I cannot send ships to Magren's teeth any more than I would send paper dolls to a furnace.
She arches her fingers together, staring intently at the point in space where they meet.
If you make preparations in Nekataka, I say we can help each other.
She sits up straighter and regards you with a level expression.
I must keep the city's peace, and I have only so many arms and eyes. While the Deadfire screams, I would see Nekataka outlast the storm to come.
What do you need from me?
What I need is a lasting peace that will outlive my dynasty. But I will accept peace of mind for now. What do you know of my water shapers, Herald of Bareth?
Onikaza leans forward and rests her chin on her fist. I know they gave Raltai no end of trouble in their early advance.
Akira, if you recall history, then you know why I am protective over the guild. My water shapers are the levy holding back Raltai's advance. An adept standing at the prow of a war canoe is enough to send the fleet scrambling for the shallows.
She eases back, languid and satisfied.
Don't get too cozy, Highness. That false sense of security will get you into trouble.
Maya crosses her arms.
Akira, I would not want your employers to think me easy prey.
Onikaza purses her lips at Maya.
This reminds me. I owe the Hazanui a basket of koiki in remembrance of the Battle of Nakaroatl.
She snaps her fingers and nods to an attendant who scurries off. Sending your enemies a warning.
The voices of the dead echo through Tangaloa's mouth, wailing of their missteps in life. I merely ask the Hazanui to listen. While the problems of Aethys and overindulgent admirals plague these waters, I have summoned the masters of water shaping to Nekataka.
Pit your strongest water wizards against their weight in iron and black powder, Highness. We can end this quickly.
Akira, and how long will this contest last in open water?
Onikaza tuts at Maya before shifting her focus back to you.
Now would be the time to confer with Guildmaster Myru, but she does not answer my summons.
Onikaza looks out on her city. Her hand squeezes down on an armrest. Do you think something is wrong?
It is too early to grow a forest from this coconut, but I would not dispatch you if I felt at ease. The guild can suffer no setbacks. If Myru shirks her duties, her queen would know the reason.
She stares off into the distance and sighs, her gaze unfixed.
Nagati, do not abandon us now.
Onikaza turns her gaze back to you and flinches. This was not a thought she intended to share. Guildmaster Maru. Now, where is that at? Water Shapers Guild in Paruki's Overlook. Alright. Oops, I think I went to the wrong floor. Yes, I did. There's no way to get out from here, so oops. You still there? That's what's up. That's what's up. You almost forgot how many packs you had in the Sims. I imagine you got a lot.
I thought the tribes needed them to calm the weather.
I could be mistaken, but it seems like you might have a lot.
You must answer the call of the Kahanga.
Oh yeah, you putting all your data on those new drives, huh? All right, Paruki's Overlook is where I need to go. Oh, I just can't go right to them. Okay. I guess I'll just start from outside. It must have gonna have a cutscene before I go in there.
ever hear music in your mind? Like a chorus of screams. It's downright lovely.
All right, let's see if we can find the Water Shapers Guild. Oh, there it is right there.
Forgot to invite us to the party.
Whoa, why are there a lot of dead people in here? What? Am I missing something? These cats are fresh dead too. What the hell is happening here? And I'm looting all their bodies? I'm shameless. But I can take all this stuff. Everybody dead. What you did send me away to meditate before I tried to summon back the Conga fleet. A bomb must have gone off in Serpent's Crown. One of revelation, if not black powder. The interruption is a setback. I trust that whatever happens next will propel our people forward. I will sail Pariki's resolve into the waters where I suspect you need me most and await your orders. I hope the rumors carried upon the waves are to be trusted. I would tell you send Onikaza my love. She knows that it's hers. Tell her that she need only snap her fingers and I will be her storm again. Aw. What is going on right here?
I'll take care of this.
Go no further. There is a situation in the guild hall.
The Water Shaper glances over his shoulder, his chest rising and falling with deep breaths.
All is under control, I say. But the building is closed until Myru cleans up the mess below.
He thumbs over the blocked stairwell. Onikaza sent me to speak with Myru. What is happening?
Nothing beyond the likes of us, I say.
His exhaustion breaks under a proud grin.
Naga swam in from the waterways of our sanctum. We pressed back until they fled underground. Then Myru gathered her forces for a stand at Pariki's tomb. I am to guard the staircase while she routs the last of them. Kira, but Myru is fierce for her years.
He grimaces as another deep rumble shakes the earth beneath your feet. Why haven't you summoned help from the Queen?
We are water shapers. Onikaza knows we can walk over a few snakes. Myru, though, I say she would not turn down reinforcements.
He eyes you up and down, nodding as the idea takes root. I hope Myru leaves something for me.
I say you will have to run fast. She could cut through Naga like a harpoon through blubber. I will remain and dispatch any snakes who slither past you. Good hunting.
Akenu nods and touches his barrel. Oh, wow. Well, before I go down, I'm gonna go loot all the bodies. Oh no, hold up. Let me check something out. Minus to range accuracy. Reduce base damage. Not all that great. I will put it in her care though. You were still doing builds and streams with your PC down. That's what's up. On the PS4. You're staying productive. That's what's up. That's good news. Good news. This stone door is sealed shut. A few engraved symbols stand out among the other carvings and inscriptions. Apart from that, you find no evident means of opening the way. Search for a locking mechanism. As you search among the door's ancient carvings, you come upon a stone panel that seems to protect an internal mechanism. The panel remains fixed and unmoving. Read the inscription. Naga runes decorate the entrance. Nagati will not have lifted her chosen people a watery covenant unless they persisted in deserving it. The sanctum is a covenant of our making. Only the sigil of the covenant and the words of my devotion will open the way. All right. We're gonna need to do some fancy woo woo ha ha to get in there.
Got someone in my sights.
Oh, he got the first attack.
Time to separate the chaff.
Yes?
Oh, we've got more. Keep it simple.
Speak freely.
Blind the archer.
I'm here.
Okay. Hit him with that hobble shot. Mainly because you find building very calming and relaxing. Yeah, I can agree on that. Definitely kind of a mellow thing. Are you checking out the YouTube channel? That's what's up. Thank you for that. Who is next? Looks like we may have some more attackers. Here we go. Here they come. Oh, okay. I fear I have him too close into the mist, or too far into it. Let me see if I can get Bunty through here. There we go. That may not have been the best idea.
Yeah.
Let me try this.
That's not supposed to happen.
I need to make sure I'm near Bunty.
Sure. Tell me.
All right.
Yeah.
Got a nice hit about to occur. That ain't gonna work.
Lavru, be on sync.
I'm listening.
That was a good hit. Let's do another. Oh, you know what? We're gonna try to do a finishing blow. Boom, nice. Heck yeah. Oh, you know what? Let me get this up right here. Y'all bear with me on that. That link there. Everybody support everybody. Show that appreciation, give folks that support. For the fam team, home team, and all that good business. Yo. Drop the archer. Whoa, okay.
Yeah. Arthek Worthen Roth.
That's not very helpful.
All right, let's double up on that boom boom. Hold up, what's this? Oh, let's see that. Reducing armor rating. Sure. All right, let's move him back and let him attack through everybody else. Oh, I thought that was gonna bounce. It did not. Sadness.
Of course.
I'm listening. Ha! Right between the eyes.
Good work, good work. Man, point blank range on the bear. That was weird. Hold on, that hobbling shot is actually not, well, I guess maybe it is. All right. That's the upgrade version of the one ability that I was using. So it makes sense. Bugga.
Time to separate the chaff.
How may I help?
What kind of good spell we can put on that guy? Concussive missiles. Let's go. That was a nice hit.
What's on your mind, cutie?
That thing is still alive. Amazing.
I've got this, Captain.
Got it.
We beat.
Steady does it.
Curse on all snakes.
Guess that's Guildmaster Miro. It is. Whoa, let's not pickpocket her. The Guildmaster lifts her gaze to meet yours, her eyes struggling to focus. She's been slashed and stabbed numerous times, and her robes are soaked with red blood.
Too many, even for me.
She sputters on a mouthful of blood, but still manages a red-rimmed smile. Onakaza sent me to find you, but I think you need a healer first.
No time for that, I say.
She waves you off, grimacing.
The rod of the deep. Ugh, I've lost it. Taken. You'll need to...
Myru coughs, spitting up blood. For every word she struggles to voice, her breath gets progressively shallower.
Find the rod. Get through the stone door by the entrance.
I'll find the rod. Just try and stay with me.
Wards. Failing. Hurry, before it escapes.
Myru gives you a bleary look as her focus begins to slip away. You're already gone. Find peace in the beyond.
Pitied Isengati, Lady of Lament, as the pearl orb of the heavens.
She wheezes as she struggles to get the words out. It doesn't sound like she's even addressing you any longer. The Guildmaster's eyes glaze over, and she falls silent. Well, let's loot her body. The statue depicts an arm, a woman, her hand extended and grasping at the air. An eroded plaque sits by her feet. Attempt to read the plaque. Closer scrutiny reveals that the inscription was purposefully marred, an act of sabotage done, perhaps, years ago by the thoughtless. You suspect Kith hands. Oh, cool. Some armor. Oh, Guildmaster Myru's still here in death. All right, you know what? I think I'm going to have to continue this on the next one. I'm gonna have to continue this on the next one and get some rest. Something tells me I'm gonna have a long day ahead of me tomorrow. Something tells me I'm gonna have a long day ahead of me tomorrow. But let's see. Quit to the main menu. Your birthday. What? Everybody, man, this is Capricorn City up here. My birthday coming up on the 12th. I'm gonna have a whole lot of time off during that weekend. I'm gonna try to get a super long stream, man, on that day. So hopefully we'll catch up with you guys. I know it's typically off time as that'll be during the week, but it is what it is. Yeah, man, happy birthday. Happy birthday, Capricorn City out here. All right, folks, we're gonna get on out of here today. Before we go, though, we're gonna link up with Uncle Cousin Shot with that raid. It's been a beautiful time with you all. Happy to see you. I'm glad to hear that things are coming together for your machine, Altered Nexus. So you'll be back up and running them streams with us again over here. And Miss Lisa Boss, glad you are able to come by as well. Thank you for that movie spot. I did get a chance to see a little bit of John Wick. I unfortunately didn't get to stand in for the Resident Evil title, but don't forget, folks, when you get your hands on that keyboard, joystick, gamepad, or mouse or light gun, you be sure to game it good, and we'll catch you on the next one.